Mic check. Mic check, mic check, mic check. How I'm sounding? Can everybody hear me good? That's what's up. Shout out to you, Talented T. What's good, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. This is the Real Nathan Daley. As you know, I'm your law enforcement translator. Apparently, you guys, I need to be the only one who should be talking about police-related issues. This is what brings me up to have this live stream today. Listen, you guys, I had to go out of town. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to get to you guys sooner and kind of give you the news. Unfortunately, I had a family member pass away, and so I had to fly out. Where I was at, I had hardly any service. I was struggle connecting, so I didn't have a chance to really post anything and all of that. So for those who follow me on Instagram, you guys had an opportunity to see a little behind the scenes action of where I was at, kind of spending time with family. So I had a good time, you know. You know, old age, man, life, things happen. So you just embrace the moments as things go by. And every day is a blessing, right? Make sure you love on the people that are here, you and maintain those relationships, right? So I'm not gonna dive into it too much, you guys. Listen, so live show every Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. That's our dedicated time. Then I'm gonna do like some emergency streaming, kind of just throughout whenever I feel like it's needed. I felt like I left you guys hanging over these last couple days, actually, since last week. There's been so much going on that I missed out on, didn't get a chance to cover. So I'm trying to see how I'm gonna go about that. People have been sending me a lot of messages, and I received, actually, we're talking about this particular incident and regarding the incident in Atlanta with the black couple who were at the park after dark. I did a quick video on it, you guys. It wasn't really much to talk about, but a lot of people were sending me this video that the amazing Lucas did. I'm familiar with him. I've heard about him a long, long time ago. I've seen some of his stuff. He's the guy who's like, oh my goodness, right? That's the guy. So he made a video. People sent it to me while I was out in Jamaica. I actually watched it, and I don't know. I was a little irritated by it, and I said, okay, when I get back, this is how I'm going to get back. I'm going to get back, and I'm going to talk about this particular video. It needs to be addressed. It's one of the biggest issues that I have with my channel since I've got on YouTube, and just in general, with the information, the false information, the inaccurate information, race baiting tactics, emotional arguments that are absent of law, procedure. When people who lack experience or have no experience in certain subject matters and they decide they want to speak on it and to make strong emotional arguments, you guys, it creates a lot of issues. And this is the purpose of my channel, is to discuss these things with you, also explain things to you, remove any or push back on a lot of myths and false narratives. That is the purpose, and also give you guys an opportunity to speak to an officer who is, well experienced and fair, impartial, and we'll call it as it is. So again, with this up, if you guys have not followed me on these platforms, please take a moment to jump on there and follow me on, especially Instagram and all the others, of course, at Real Nathan Daley. It's the same across the board. Live show every Wednesday. Please set a reminder so you do not forget, because YouTube has this thing where they don't always send out reminders. So it just is. It is what it is. So as people are coming in, you guys, as you jump in, please hit the like button. We will be reacting to a video that the amazing Lucas did in reference to this encounter. And there's a lot of things to cover. There's a lot of things that I'm going to correct. So listen, there's a thing that's going on where, you have black people insulting other black people, calling them coons, calling them sellouts, calling them Sambos, calling them bootlickers and things like that. You know, it's a little disappointing for a lot of different reasons, you guys, because unfortunately, I don't know what it is in our community. If you have a difference of opinion, if you have a different perspective, then we insult each other, we disrespect each other, we put each other down. We call each other names. We use derogatory words and statements simply because someone that you disagree with somebody. And again, we got to address it. These things aren't going to change unless we start to call them out. Right. And I think that's really what this video is all about. At the end of the day, if you disagree with something, disagree with it. Now, I'm not here to control anybody, right? Like everybody, you're grown, do what you want to do. But I'm going to address it. I'm going to address it because of the impact that it has on people who don't know anything about maybe the law or the profession. And we see things through our feelings. We see things based on what we saw on TV or on a movie. And we believe that's how it's supposed to be. It causes confusion. It causes chaos, and it creates mayhem. And unfortunately, who was there to clean up the mess? Nobody. So unfortunately, you guys, YouTube is one of those places where anybody who can speak is allowed to get up and say some stuff. Whether you're qualified to say it or not, YouTube doesn't really matter, right? Like they don't really care. They make their money. Everybody makes their money. Everybody goes about their business. So I think that's kind of I look at it like this, you guys. I came to YouTube to educate, to provide insight. There are people who don't agree with what I have to say simply because of the profession that I was in. So I'm already discounted. Regardless if you dismiss or discount the things that I'm saying, it matters not, because the law is what the law is. You don't have to like it, but I'm here to tell you that's what it is, right? You can tell me how you feel, and I'm going to tell you what the reality is. And so, pick your poison. Pick your poison. It's good to be back. Shout out to Courtney Michelle. Yeah, it's good to be back. Felt like almost 2 weeks. I haven't made a video almost. I had the interview with Brandon Tatum. That one, you guys are really enjoying that interview. A lot of interesting comments. You guys, if you have not seen part 1 or part 2, the interview with Brandon Tatum, please go and check it out. It was a great interview. As you guys know, part 3 and part 4 is in the member section for the members only. It's exclusive. You guys, we get into some very, very intense discussions about police shootings and police encounters. You don't want to miss that. We talk about the blue wall. That's episode 3. Matter of fact, I dropped the video earlier today, I believe. It was released in the member section. For those who have checked it out, we go over the blue wall and what that is. And again, as people are coming in, please hit the like button, you guys. What's the issue, right? What's the issue? The issue is you have people who are not qualified to talk about things that they're not qualified to talk about. You guys, it's just that simple. It really is just that simple. And when we start collecting a bunch of people who are grossly ignorant, they make ignorant statements about police, relationships, encounters, the law, history, and so forth and so on, you guys. Unfortunately, there are people on the receiving end that are soaking it all up. They're soaking it all up. Why? Because it makes them feel good when someone agrees with them. Police use of force, police brutality. Yes, these things are real, right? And I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm saying every situation is not a police brutality situation. Every situation is not a racist cop on a black person situation. I feel like we get into these arguments because you don't like the outcome of what happened, because you don't want to follow the rules. You don't want to be held accountable. You want to pick and choose what part of the law you want to follow. This entitlement that goes on in the black community, you guys, is out of control. Some of these cases that have been coming up, the arguments that I'm hearing from people, it's like the law doesn't apply to you because you're black. I don't know, where did this come from? And we use what happened 400 years ago. We use what happened during Jim Crow, black codes, the KKK. Listen, you guys, I get it. I'm not saying those things aren't real. I'm not saying there's not racist cops. I'm not saying there's not police brutality. I'm saying excuses sound like excuses. It's hard for you to be able to determine. It's hard for you to determine when an officer is a racist when you, in fact, have actually broken the law. Like you just flat out broke the law. And then you're mad that you're being in handcuffs and being taken to jail by the hands of a white person. Now he's a slave catcher. Now he's racist, right? We just skip over the fact that you just committed a crime. Then I hear arguments of, well, I don't like the way the police officer did it. So they did it because they're racist, right? There's always this, I call it a floating goalpost, right? Where you can just lift up the goalpost and just move it wherever you want because it just acknowledges your lack of being held accountable. I don't know, you guys. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. But this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing people make excuses, right? And trying to justify why they committed a crime or ignore the fact they committed a crime. Maybe it's me. You know what happens when people tell me they had a racist encounter with a police officer? I start asking them questions. I said, well, tell me about it. Because it doesn't mean it's not true, but I say, tell me about it. And you guys, you know what I end up finding out a lot of times? You know what really it ends up being? That the officer was unprofessional, right? The officer was rude, right? Or the black citizen did not know their rights or the law. And so they were upset that the law was being enforced on them, or they thought the law that they had broken was not important. And then they felt like they're being harassed, right? This is what leads us to this incident right here. What we're going to listen to is a grown man make excuse after excuse after excuse about the law, as if it doesn't apply to black people, as if we're immune to the law, as if we're entitled to it, simply because of what happened 400 years ago. You guys, sorry, it doesn't work that way. And then he calls people Sambos and bootlickers. If you agree with what this officer did, calling a black officer anti-black, you guys, the message is dangerous. Why? Because people are absorbing it. They're in agreement with them. And you know what happens? Then they get pulled over by the police and think they can act like this young lady did when she got stopped by the police at the park after dark. We start looking at the law and try to justify which ones we feel like abiding by and which ones we feel like we don't. This law right here, I don't like this one, so I'm not going to follow it. Why? Why are you going to do that? Sir, I'm black. I'm black. I don't like this law. I don't believe it applies to me. So when an officer tries to enforce the law, you're like, nah, hold up. Hold up. When you try to enforce the law that I don't agree with, I'm going to resist. You guys, it doesn't work like that. And this is what I'm saying, and this is how we get hurt. And people always say, well, police use more force on black people. Yeah, I could tell you why. I can tell you why, you guys. It's not a surprise. Majority of the time, we're talking back, we're resisting, we're not complying, we're not cooperating. And we're labeling everything as a racist encounter. And then when a black officer is behind and is actually doing the enforcing, then you call him a Sambo. Why? Because you don't want to be held accountable. Why? Because you don't like the law. Why? Because you think the law doesn't apply to you. Why? because you think these laws, because it's quote unquote a misdemeanor, or quote unquote it is a non-violent offense, or quote unquote it's a victimless crime, so you don't have to follow it. It doesn't work like that. Absolutely does not work like that. Could you imagine? Everybody picked and choose which laws they're going to follow because they didn't feel like it mattered to them. Hey, if you don't put your license plate on the back of the car, the officers will pull you over and give you a ticket. Well, I don't feel like putting my license plate. I'll put my license plate on the back of my car when I feel like it. Well, they can tow your car behind that. So I'll do what I want to do. Then you get pulled over. You're like, well, why are you harassing me, officer? Sir, I pulled you over because you don't have a license plate on the back of your car. Well, I didn't feel like doing it. Okay, well, here's the citation. I need you to sign this. Oh, I'm not signing nothing. My license plate's right here in the back seat of the car. You guys, this is a true story. My license plate is on the back seat of my car, officer. Here, you can run it now. Sir, it doesn't work like that. The tag needs to be on the back of the car where it's supposed to be. Well, I've been driving around all month and nobody said nothing. Well, sir, I'm saying something now. Well, I'll put it on when I get home. All right, sir, you're more than happy to do that, but I need you to sign this ticket. Guess what, you guys? He didn't sign the ticket. Guess what I had to tell him? Sir, if you don't sign the citation, do you plan on going to court? I'm not going to court for that. Sir, jail is in your future. How do you want to handle it? You guys, you can't just do what you think you want to do. It doesn't work like that. Where's all this entitlement coming from? Where's it coming from? I worked in a predominantly Black community. You guys, the issues I've had from our own people about the laws that they broke intentionally and did not want to cooperate. I have stories for days. We purposely put ourselves in positions that are not favorable for us. I've had people jump out of a car moving simply because their license was suspended for what? Not paying child support, right? Or a warrant or something like that. Sir, it's just a ticket. Why did you do all of that? Now I got to take you to jail for this, and this. You guys, I'm telling you right now, that's why when I hear people have these arguments and I start asking them questions about their encounter with the police, I'm picking out all of the situations where they could have turned the whole thing around. We're going to break this down. We're going to break this down because this is important. I said Amazing Lucas is ignorant. You guys, this is true. It's not an insult. It's an observation. You know how I am. I don't like name calling. I like to keep it real. I did tag him. You know my policy on that. If I'm going to talk about you, I'm going to tag you. What is the issue I have with this gentleman named Amazing Lucas? Grossly ignorant. Grossly ignorant. Unqualified to talk about the things he's talking about. And you guys, he has like 300,000 subscribers. So of course, people are listening to it, whether they're for him or against them or whatever. You know how people are, it's whatever. But you guys, the problem is the information he's giving out is inaccurate, grossly inaccurate. But we're going to clarify it. We're going to clarify it. Hit the like button, you guys. I'm going to do a review on his video. Before I get into that, quick shout out to Millennial Mark. Shout out to you, brother. He said, glad to see you back at it, bro. Got to support as always. A member of the channel with the $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Millennial Mark. Let me know what you think about episode 3, the Brandon Tatum interview. Definitely looking forward to getting your thoughts on that. You guys, for the members, We have a really big member section and it's growing. So thank you guys so much. Thank you so much. And we got a new member today. Shannon, thank you so much for becoming a member. I really, really appreciate it. You've been hanging tough. And as you know, there's been a lot of great conversations over here on the channel, and you've been participating as well. I really appreciate you. And I'm glad to have you aboard. Welcome to the group. Please check out episode 3. I dropped it today in the member section. Let me know your thoughts on that with Brandon Tatum. Conversation gets interesting. It gets interesting. So thank you, Shannon. Welcome to the channel. You guys, please welcome Shannon. Shannon, I always try to message you on here and I forget I have to put a little heart first and then your name or it won't come up. But anyways, thank you so much. Welcome to the team. And, someone said, what was this comment? Hold on, someone said, I'm not sure if people take Amazing Lucas seriously. He's more for entertainment for me. I don't go for him information. Yeah. I mean, you know what, you guys, he is comical, right? He's like, oh my goodness, right? I don't know if is he black or is he Arab or something? I don't know. He kind of gives me like Arab vibes. I don't know. He don't look regular black, but who knows, right? Who knows? But nonetheless, he is kind of funny. I've seen him a long time ago on YouTube. I've come across a few of his videos, and it is entertaining. I have an issue with people who speak on police stuff or police incidents and content, and they get it wrong, right? They get it wrong. And then when you start adding race and racism and this and that, whatever, then I feel like I need to address it, especially since he has such a large platform. I just can't. Like, there's certain things I told myself I'm gonna have to start speaking on, regardless of how big or small their platform is. If it's something I already addressed, I'm not going to stress it. But in this particular situation, you guys, listen, it happened in Atlanta. I already spoke on it. He came and did something else. And I guess, again, all that bootlicking and samboing, that's one of the biggest problems right now in our community, the unnecessary insults and no one actually challenging the actual facts. And, that's a problem. But we're going to dive into it, you guys. So fair use. Shout out to Amazing Lucas. I tagged the original video in this stream as well. It's in the description section for you guys to check out. You guys hit the like button and let's go ahead and dive into the content. So the race car stays locked and loaded. Yeah, man, it's such a, I don't know. Let's see.
Black couple. And before I even get into the video, let's break down the bootlicking, okay? Let's break it down. First off, okay, there's a crime that took place, right? There's an alleged crime that took place. Okay, upon this crime happening, who's the victim? Who is the victim of this crime? I want the bootlickers to answer this. Who is the victim? The answer is no one. This is a victimless crime. All right. Let's move on. The officer is allegedly supposed to be protecting and serving, right? Protecting and serving. In this victimless crime, who is the officer protecting and serving? Who is the officer protecting and serving? The answer, no one. Okay? Who is he protecting and serving? You want to say the park? Is he protecting and serving the park?
I'm not gonna lie, he is funny though, right? But he's also an imbecile. And let's dive into it. Shout out to you, Millennial Mark, for the $50 super chat, setting us off strong in the beginning, brother. Listen, what is the problem with this? Someone who doesn't know what they're talking about are going to talk about things they don't know what they're talking about. And therefore, I'm here to clarify why, you guys. I'm your translator. Come to me if you want some legit information on law enforcement procedures and policies. You guys, what's going on in the city of Atlanta? We've had murders in these parks after dark, right? We've had people being sexually assaulted in parks after dark. You guys, it doesn't matter if you're out exercising, parking in the parking lot of the park, playing basketball after hours, you are going to be cited. Why? The city of Atlanta has a very, very huge crime problem. Things are out of control. The officers have a They've been ordered to zero tolerance policy. You know when this happened? When that woman who was walking late at night in the park was stabbed multiple times and she died. They're still investigating that. So because of that, the officers are obligated, they are told to patrol these parks at night all throughout the hours because of that incident, you guys. So when you say victimless crime, the whole purpose of policing and a part of policing is crime prevention, right? Crime prevention. We don't want there to be victims. That's the whole point. It's called proactive policing. You drive around and you look for stuff that's not supposed to be in areas where things are supposed to be, right? So what is the officer doing? He's doing his rounds as he's supposed to do. It's after 11 o'clock, you guys. First of all, that is a very consistent law in a lot of states. After it gets dark, after 10 or 11 p.m., you cannot be in the parks. That's just the law. Not only that, you guys, there is a sign that is posted outside of the park to let you know that you cannot be in the park after these set hours, you guys. It's posted. It has to be posted for officers to be able to cite you for it, right? For those who know the law, all right? If signs aren't posted and things like that, the officers really can't enforce the law on those type of citations. Now, what they do, they drove right past it and they missed it. Two grown adults, right, park into a parking lot in a park after dark. The police officer shows up and cites him. What Lucas is saying is this is a victimless crime. In this moment, he's already trying to paint this narrative that the law does not matter. If it's a victimless crime, you guys, there's a lot of victimless crimes, quote unquote. So do we just stop ignoring? We just start ignoring all these crimes that don't have, it doesn't work like that, you guys. We can't pick and choose. The law is there for a reason. This particular law has a purpose. It's dangerous for people to be in these parks after hours. So how do you enforce it? You write people citations. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. But I'm gonna let him carry on. But the whole idea about victimless crime, you guys, it has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with preventing people from becoming victims. Unfortunately, sometimes citizens put themselves in precarious situations, and we want to make sure we keep them safe, even from themselves. Because what if these two couples were in the park after dark, then someone rolls up and decides they want to actually rob them? You guys, that has happened. It happens a lot. You will be surprised. All right. You will be surprised. Bodies are dumped in the park late at night. All right. So again, the whole idea is proactive policing. So this right here, him starting off, he's already tapping into the emotional response of his audience. And they are, of course, going to cheer him on because this is what they want to hear. They don't want to hear the truth. They want to hear what makes them feel good. And there lies the problem.
Is that what you're going to say? Because that's the only thing that this officer could be protecting and serving right now, would be the park. If you haven't seen the video, I suggest you check it out. I saw the whole video, not just the clips on Twitter. I saw the whole video. They released it. And it is absolutely some of the most just, it's emblematic. And I say this of a lot of videos that I cover, and it's the truth though. It's emblematic of what has happened to many Black Americans in this country. You have these Sambos that have integrated within the dominant society. So they no longer see themselves as a Black American, all right? That's what has happened. And in many cases like this, when they get into these departments, which I would say are flooded with many anti-Black racists, because that's what they do. Since they can't join the Klan, they join the police department because they know they legally can take Black lives and be justified for it under the law, okay? Under the law. So you have these individuals just as...
I'm not even going to dignify that with a response. But, you know, here's the thing. I've heard that go around a lot, especially with the KKK. People like to make the comparison of saying, okay, well, the KKK have infiltrated law enforcement. Yes, you guys, that's true. We all know that to be true. They're in disguise, undercover Klansmen in uniform. This is true. along with every other psychopath, lunatic, criminal, pedophile, you name it. They're all in the profession. Just like any profession, they're all in it, right? What he's saying is they just want to get in it so they can just legally kill black people. You guys, I'm pretty sure there might be a few, right? Listen, we can always give a small percentage, but let's be real, you guys. That's not the norm, right? We always like to hang on to these fringe cases and then make it seem like this is the norm, as if black people are out here being assassinated every day by some estranged white police officer. That's absolutely false. Okay, so again, when people start making these comparisons and these outlandish examples, it's just it's cringeworthy, and it's dangerous. Why? Because people believe it. So you're more of a, if you're a black man, you're more in danger of being hurt and killed by another black man than you are an actual police officer. That's a fact. That's data supports that. And so you're more likely to be protected and saved by a black police officer and a white police officer than you are to be killed by one. So let's keep it real.
We know another officer who had the same mindset.
Look at all these good white officers going into black community and they helping them, and they just, oh, they being targeted by the mean black people in the community.
You have this mindset. In many cases, what many on, who are non-black fail to understand, that much of this anti-black behavior can be performed by black people. I know, right? Crazy as you may think that is a fact. It's the same thing that was brought up when it came to the Rosita Sesame Place. It didn't matter who was behind the mask, because you had many, as far as white ignorance, trying to say, what happens if it's a black person? It doesn't matter. Since the origin of this country, you have somehow managed to brainwash black Americans into being enemies of themselves.
What do y'all think about that? Does anybody know what his credentials are? Does anybody know what his level of understanding of his experience? What does he do for work? Does anybody know outside the fact that he's like a professional, like what is he? What do you call that? Like he's a professional bodybuilder or something like that. Not saying that. Let me just keep playing it.
That's what they have managed to do. That's what the dominant system.
That's right. Outside of him playing, he's a professional video gamer. He does have a mind. That's true. He does. But you gotta be mindful with the things that come out of your mouth. You got to be mindful, you guys. Like, again, I don't think we understand how powerful these platforms are. I think we just, people say stuff. We have this problem, right? Like people just talk and people take it for the gospel. We're headline reactors. We don't do research. We believe anything someone tells us. I do my best to bring comparisons, to show examples. Listen, you guys, I had this conversation before with the young lady, who was a professional makeup artist. I'm not going to go and walk into the Mac store and then start trying to put makeup on somebody's face. That's not my expertise. I'm talking about something that I have an expertise in. What's happening is a lot of people are just talking to be talking because their feelings are hurt, or they're irritated, or they have some type of vendetta, or they've had a bad experience, and therefore they're talking through their pain, they're talking through their trauma. And because that they have this, and from my understanding, he was all the way conservative. Now he's all the way liberal or something like that. Like he just did this massive switch. He used to be, I think, hanging out with the Red Crew, and then now he's so I don't know. There's always one. There's one in every stream.
Society has managed to do, whether it's a white liberal or the white conservative. That's what they have managed to do. And who benefits from this? The white liberal or the white conservative. They both benefit from your samboing, from your shucking and jiving. That's who benefits from it. What happens? This officer sees this couple by a car. Now, the problem is, you want to know what they broke? What law they broke? Okay, for the OTLs, you got to obey the law. And I find it humorous, right? We're coming right off the cusp of what's happening with Trump, where you have everyone on the right talking about, oh, we need to ban the FBI. We need to outlaw the FBI. This is tyranny, all this. But you notice this stark contrast. They talking about, oh, how it's corrupt and everything that's happening. And then when you switch it to a black American, right? When the victim is a black American, then all of a sudden, well, they should have complied. They should have complied. You have to understand, they should have complied. This is just horrible. Why didn't she comply? Ashley Babbitt, this is a travesty. Why did the officer shoot?
Why didn't she comply? That's the question. Why didn't she comply? The officer gave her, right, the instructions, and she said no. He said, ma'am, if you do not sign the ticket, I'm going to have to forcefully take you to jail. I'm going to have to arrest you. She said, I'm not signing it. You guys, that's it. What part of that? Why doesn't that not make sense to anybody? I don't know what it is about this segment of our community that wants to ignore that part. Are we not in agreement that you're supposed to comply with the law, with what's being told? He told her there was no surprise. There was absolutely no surprise. The young man that was with her, he asked the same thing. Do I have to sign it? He said, yes, if you don't sign it, you go to jail. What did he said? He was like, oh, well, shit. Here you go, Mr. Brooks, Officer Brooks. He calls her over less than 30 seconds. Ma'am, can you come here? He had to ask her twice because she was in her attitude. She comes over. He gives her the same instructions, you guys. She chose not to do it. She refused. She refused. You guys, every police department has different policy on signing tickets. There are some departments have a zero tolerance policy on signing citations. They don't care if you drove all the way from California passing through Florida. They don't care. I've seen people get arrested for a seatbelt ticket, you guys. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. She decided not to do it. How is this the police's fault? Someone has to explain it to me. I'm gonna do like Lucas, disagreement day, right? I'm gonna drop the link. If you disagree with that, I would love to hear your thoughts. I would really, please enlighten me. Enlighten me. Please enlighten me. Bro, man, shout out to, I love this guy. Shout out to Bro, man, from the fifth floor. What'd he say? She said, can I change my answer, officer? He said, no. The officer said, no, it doesn't work like that. And he's absolutely right, you guys. And we're going to get into that.
She wasn't armed. Black victim. Well, they should have complied. I don't know why they didn't listen to the officers or commands. They should have complied. It doesn't matter if the person heard or not. They should have complied. This is what I'm talking about. This is precisely what I'm talking about. This is why I say you have no friends on when it comes to white conservatives.
Good question. So normally the spill is supposed to go like this. You know, I'll pull someone over. I have the citation. There's instructions at the bottom as well. I say, ma'am or sir, you've been stopped for XYZ, you know, running the stop sign or whatever. Signing this ticket is not an admission of guilt, but you are signing that you're aware of why you're being cited, so forth and so on. So I give them the spill. If you refuse to sign, basically, in so many ways, you guys, what that means is that you're not agreeing to show up to court to address the charge. And if you are not going to show up for court, and if I'm saying you're guilty, you're not showing up to court to contest the ticket, then what happens? You are going to be forced to pay the fine immediately. How do you go about doing that? At the jail. That's how it works. You are paying for you are agreeing that you don't want to go to court. You just, nah, I ain't doing nothing. I'm not acknowledging it. Cool. Well, if you're not going to contest it, then you can go ahead and pay for this fine right now. That's why you get taken to jail. It is an automatic arrestable offense in a lot of places. A lot of places. So you guys, please be mindful. If you don't like it, cuckoo, nobody cares, right? You will be on your way to jail. I'm just telling you what the reality is. Some people are saying they should have a right. Okay, I get it. Talk to your councilman, talk to your local leaders, and get that changed, you guys. But if you live in a state, if you stay in a city, you live in a community where they have a zero tolerance policy on whether or not the ticket needs to be signed or not, you guys, there's nothing you can do about it. You can comply or go to jail. Why is it so hard? So, great question. That was a great question. Great question.
I'm saying you have no friends when it comes to the white liberals. You have no friends. In this scenario, you have this officer who sees this couple by their car. They're not doing anything illegal other than...
They're not doing anything illegal. Yes, you guys, they were doing something illegal. Just because it's minor, just because you don't like it, it doesn't mean it's not against the law. The speed limit is 55. If an officer catches you going 56, you've broken the law, you guys. You don't have to like it. Nobody cares. That's the law. That's how it works. It sounds petty. I get it. What are you going to do about it? Some of y'all don't even vote properly. So again, it's not about what you think. It's about what it is. And what is it? They were in the park after dark, past 11 o'clock. They're not supposed to be there. You guys, they have broken the law. Are we all on the same page? Does anybody not agree with that? I'm not asking if you don't like it. I don't care. I'm telling you what it is. If you have an issue with that, you need to take that up with the people you vote for. But that law is there for a reason. You're not entitled to pick and choose what laws you're going to follow. It doesn't work like that because you're black. It doesn't work like that. Yes, vote properly. Yeah, what do you think I mean by when I say vote properly? I'm gonna give you a little something right here. So I want you to hold on to this because I have a feeling it's gonna be a long night. Sorry, I'm gonna go ahead and just go and give you that right there. Go and give you that. Hold on to that. Hold on to that. Vote properly. Vote properly. I'm saying that, we need to be more informed. We need to be more active. If you have issues with certain things, you don't like the way the police are doing their job, you don't like the way certain people are doing their job, you vote, hold them accountable, right? Get them out of there. If you don't like the certain laws that are on the books, there's ways to go about getting them removed, but I just want to inform people properly so that they don't walk around listening to Lucas, right? And then get themselves hurt. Listening to Lucas will get you hurt. My job is to educate you properly because no one else is going to do it. Some of us are not going to do it on our own. So I'm trying to educate you on proper and how to deal with the police properly so you don't end up like this young lady did. I'm not saying you have to like the law. I'm saying you have to respect it. If you don't respect it, you guys, then go on to jail. It's just that simple. But don't complain about it. Don't complain about it.
Being in the park after 11. Because there's a law, hey, you're after 11, you can't be in the park. That's what's going on.
What's going on? How y'all doing?
Hello.
All right. Well, I see the Ohio tab. I'm not sure if y'all from here or not, but you can't be inside the park in the city of Atlanta between the hours 11 p.m. 6 a.m.
Officer sees that their plates are out of state. And he even acknowledges it. Hey, maybe you guys aren't aware of this because your plates are out of state, but you can't be here after 11. They're like, oh, okay, thank you, officer. Then he goes a step further and says, hey, you guys have ID? They're like, yes. Let me see them.
Okay.
You got your IDs on you?
Uh-huh.
You have your IDs on you?
Yes.
I'm gonna need them.
Right? This is what I'm talking about. These state soldiers are not there to protect and serve. They are there to persecute on behalf of the state.
No, we're not here to state soldiers. Call it what you want. Our job is to enforce the law, right? You guys, I'm sorry, it's not about protecting and serving. It's about enforcing the law. We are law enforcers. You cannot protect anybody or serve anybody without enforcing the law. He got that right. Listen, the whole idea is if a law is broken, it will be enforced upon you by a law enforcer. You guys, you don't like it, then go to another country where there's no police, where you can do what you want to do when you feel like doing it. But here, what's the issue? He points out the tag, you guys, Ohio tags. Just because the license plate is Ohio does not mean it's his or her car, right? That could be a rental car, you guys. Not only that, say it is her car. It doesn't mean she's not an Atlanta resident. That's another thing. You guys, we get so caught up, and this is why my channel exists, to break these things down so that you guys can have a better understanding, because sometimes we hear things and we just jump to conclusions. Oh, Ohio tag. She's not even from here. You know, some of y'all in the chat right now got an out-of-state tag, and you've been living in a different state for the past 4 years. Stop playing. Somebody in the chat right now got an out-of-state tag, knowing damn well they kept it because they don't have to pay taxes on it or something crazy like that. Right? Come on. And you know what's funny, you guys? She's actually from Atlanta. So they say. Don't hold me to that. That's what I heard down the grapevine. But nonetheless, what's the problem with that logic, you guys? In the state of Ohio, they have the same law, the same exact law, you guys, in reference to parking at a park after dark. So all this, how does she know? Why? Because the rules apply in her state too, if she's from Ohio. Shout out to T Kings. He said, I'm prior military, and yes, I got them out-of-state plates. Shout out to you, T. Shout out to you. You guys, come on, right? We can't look, this is why I say we gotta be careful of who we get information from. Revenue agents, yes. All right, I give you that. Shout out to Isaiah. Yeah, stricter laws. Absolutely. We get treated really nice over here, to be honest. Really nice. Let me jump into the super chats real quick. You guys, let me pause him. We'll dive back into that. Let me get into these super chats real quick. But you know, the whole thing at the end of the day, you guys, is that there's context that's missing when people get on YouTube and just start making emotional rants because they don't like the police. If you don't like the police, then your bias is gonna definitely show in your content. But then when you start talking about race this and bootlicking that, anti-black police officers, nah, I can't. That's not gonna flow. That's absolutely not gonna flow. Shout out to you, Lisa. Thank you so much, my dear, for the super sticker. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you always for your support. You know that means a lot to me. Oh snap! Pocket watching with JT. He jumped in. He said, "Hey, bro, the police bashing is getting out of hand." Yes. JT, I didn't even know you was in here, brother. I dropped the link if you're still in here, man. If you want to come through and give a quick little spill, give your thoughts on the situation. I'd love to hear what you have to say. Shout out to Pocket Watching with JT. Listen, I follow this gentleman. He's a very, very smart brother. He gives a lot of knowledge, exposes. He's kind of like the version of me, but like when it comes to finance and accounting, right? He's like breaking myth, exposing all the fake gurus and things like that. I kind of consider myself to be doing the same thing. Like we gotta stop the foolishness, you guys, because it's causing a lot. When I say it's causing a lot of issues, is absolutely causing a lot of issues, especially in our community. So, Pocket Watcher JT, listen, brother, if you still in, and want to come up real quick and give some thoughts, man, I'd love to have you up, brother. Thank you for the super chat, man. I'm glad I didn't miss this too long. But yeah, that link is for you, brother. If you want to come up, I would love to get your thoughts on this situation and how it could have been handled differently. And listen, you guys, I see both sides too, right? We're going to talk about officer discretion as well. And sometimes officers can use discretion and sometimes they cannot, right? So you just don't know what the marching orders are from the police department at the time. I know what's going on in Atlanta, so I can speak on the issue. And one of the big issues at the moment is that there's been a lot of crimes in these parks. We recently had, I think, 2 people killed at the park recently during an actual football game, right? A shootout. So the officers are under a lot of pressure to patrol these parks and keep them safe. By keeping them safe is keeping people out of them. Unfortunately, guys, there's a lot of drug deals that go on at night, late at night. Again, people have been sexually assaulted and bodies have been dumped in Atlanta parks. So when cars are out there and people drop off stolen cars, right, that have been involved in crimes, they'll drop them off, come back and get them. So again, the officer's just doing his job, right? Like, we think it's victimless, but there's a purpose for it. The purpose is to prevent victims, and there's a multitude of ways on that, how that happens. And so again, shout out to you, brother. Thank you for this for this super chat. Uncle Stu in the building. Oh, listen, you guys, if you're not familiar with his content, the moderators could drop. Oh, she's already on it. Thank you. I was going to say, please drop his link and please check out his channel, you guys, if you're not familiar with him. Finance guy. He talks about money, talks about a lot of stuff, a lot to learn over there. I really enjoy his content. And I love supporting positive content creators. And so please, you guys, check out Pocket Watching with JT. Great content creator. Same thing with Uncle Stu, you guys. If you're not familiar with his channel too, check him out. He says, people are talking to our people through emotions, not logic. This man talks more emotional and not logical. I see. Again, this man is not dealing with other facts. The man signed, but the woman didn't. I'm just saying too, right? That brother saw it, but he did not. Here's the thing. That could not have been his girlfriend. If that was my girl, I would have told her to be quiet, sign the ticket. But I have a feeling he knew the type of attitude she had. He already knew. You could see it in his eyes. He expected it. He saw it coming. And she was probably catching attitudes with him before he knows man, I'm telling you, I could see it. He did not intervene at all, you guys. I think it's cowardly. He should have said something. But at the same time, she independently stood up on her own and she got sent to jail, right? The law works both ways, right? A lot of people are upset because they feel like she got manhandled. No, she was placed in custody after resisting arrest. She did not comply. She was not cooperating. You guys, it is what it is. And if you don't comply, then, it makes matters worse. Now not only did she get a charge for the parking at the park after dark, but then she got obstruction. So now you got to pay more money. Your car gets impounded, right? You over here spending $600-700. It costs $150. I think it's like $50 to get your car to impound a day, $50 a night. No, Atlanta's probably high. So probably $125 to get your vehicle out, $50 a day. I mean, by the time you've done it over, you can spend almost $1,000, all because you wanted to be difficult for no reason. So, shout out to you, Uncle Stu, for the $10 super chat, brother. Thank you. Shout out to my Lois Lane. What did she say? Prayers to you and your family. I'm so glad you're back. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And thank you for the super chat. Yes. Lost the auntie on my father's side. And so, the family's definitely taking it, rough when you lose a sibling. And then, so that's very, very hard. It was difficult, but it was still good to be around family. Some family I haven't seen in some years. And so, my father lost a brother as well during COVID, and we weren't able to go out there to Jamaica to go and see him. Because they had a very, very strict policy where they were only allowing 5 family members to be present. So I think because of this one, Um, I think because of this one, it was very important that the entire family showed up to support because we felt like we didn't get a chance to do that before. So, Miss Lane, thank you so much. I really, really, really appreciate that, and for everybody and their prayers, I really appreciate that as well. But you know, our family, we celebrate the passing of someone differently. You know, we celebrate it with a smile. You know, people say you should you should cry at birth, right, and smile at death, right, because it's hard out here. So listen, you guys, in the back, I got my man JT. I'm about to bring him up real quick. JT, you ready? JT, they not ready, brother. What's good? What's good?
Hey, look, first off, bro, look, I got to give you your flowers, man. I've been watching your content lately, man. I am a fan of what you're doing. Just keep
Thank
it
you.
up, man. I love it. I love it. Yeah.
Thank you so much, man. No, I appreciate, man. I didn't even know you were a fan, brother. I'm a fan of you.
That's what's up, man.
That's what's up. Yeah, man. What are your thoughts? I know you made a comment. You said the police are getting bashed a lot these days.
Yeah.
We have a lot of black officers getting bashed, and black officers are doing a great job. They're being called Uncle Toms and Sambos and bootlickers, and things like that. Man, what are your thoughts just in general and in reference to this particular situation?
For me personally, it all comes from a source of victimhood.
Okay.
We have a theme within our culture that promotes the idea that we're all victims. And
Right.
the second you identify yourself as a victim, then you can do just about anything. And anybody who is in a seat of authority, they're the bad guys. It's an irrational way of thinking. I deal with it all the time on my channel, right?
Yeah.
The reason why these fake gurus and the guys that I talk about are really just the bad financial advice that I talk about, it comes from a place of, well, you know how they did us, so if we gotta break the law and find ways to get over and make money, then that's what they owe us anyway. See, the victim mentality can justify you breaking the law, you destroying your own community, and never think, okay, well, there is a right way to go about it. And the bit of this clip that I did see, it comes from a sense of entitlement of, well, I don't want to do this. I don't see why I have to do this. So even though there's a law and I need to sign this paperwork and stuff like that, I don't feel like I got it's like the ghost of civil rights that people don't understand.
That's right.
People nowadays, they think that they're really civil rights warriors. Like they're really doing a civil rights work of doing sit-ins and civil disobedience. The people aren't even experiencing real racism. See, they don't have a context of real history, right? Racism is a system set up that will keep you from having equal opportunities in life.
Talk to them.
They're not experiencing racism. At best, they're experiencing bigotry. Someone don't like you. Someone hurt your feelings. Well,
Correct.
Cry me a river. Someone hurt your feelings. That's not the same as someone lynching you. That's not the same as someone refusing your right to vote, refusing your right to a job or an opportunity at a job. People are so busy on looking for opportunities to claim victim that they're losing out on the opportunity to prosper in the greatest country in the world. With all the flaws that we may have, we're still the best. And people are, man, they're living mediocre to below poverty lives because they're looking for opportunities to play a victim. And it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking to see.
It is, and I think, you know, at the same time, I acknowledge the issues, and I do address them. But I had a video I did not so long ago called "Make It About Racism." You know, make it about race, where we have a thing where we, you know, if it's a situation we don't like, an outcome we don't like, we then try to find racism in it to give that excuse. And I tell people all the time that, you know, 400 years ago, Jim Crow, black codes, redlining, systemic racism, those are absolutely the reason as to why we got to where we are, right?
Right.
But those are not the excuses for why we are still here. And you cannot tell me, right, that the what the ancestors went through just 200 to 300 years ago, right, that you are having it just as bad as they did. They did all the heavy lifting. They
But
did all.
We don't even have to go that far. We're talking about 50 years ago. If you
Try
go
to give a little grace.
right. If you go 50 to 75 years ago, we're
Right.
not even close to that. My father went to an all-black school that was underfunded. My father, I went to one of the best schools in the school district where I was. One generation, huge difference. A lot of opportunity, not much opportunity. But there's people from my father's generation and my grandfather's generation who were able to experience more upward mobility than people today. And they actually had to deal with real racism. Once again, it's a person or a group of people who have made the decision, I identify as a victim. The establishment is the bad guys, even though when you take a look at a lot of these major cities like Atlanta,
all black
people are the establishment. But okay, let's ignore that for a moment. Just for a moment, let's ignore the fact that you have a city run basically almost 100% by black folks. Okay. You still want to take the side of anyone in authority is wrong. Okay, great. But when you turn around and you get authority and nothing changes, then what's the answer?
There you go.
The answer is the ideology of being a victim and trying to blame all of your problems on this particular thing and not really taking personal responsibility of where's the value system. The value system is even if I think someone in authority is wrong, there's a proper way for me to be able to check them. If that cop was wrong, okay, great. Sign the ticket. I'll see you in court, and I'm going to get my attorney, and my attorney's going to embarrass you in court. That's the proper way that you handle that. You don't handle it on the street at night. It's like, come on. But that's me. Maybe I'm
No, you're right. But the problem is, and the issue I have with, again, no disrespect to Amazing Lucas, but the problem I have with people who make this type of content, where they're really just kind of feeding into the emotional, this visceral reaction, this emotional reaction from people who follow him, is that they go out and they repeat what he's saying, or they go out and they actually do what he's saying and they get themselves hurt. Yeah. So the issue is, I always tell people on my channel, comply to survive, right? Cooperate. You cannot, fighting the officer on the street, holding court in the street does not work. It gets you hurt every single time. I have patience. There are officers who do not have patience. That officer who dealt with her in Atlanta, I'm telling you right now, if that was a man, he would have mollywopped him across the concrete in a heartbeat. You know how many times he asked her to put her hands behind her back? 24 times.
It doesn't have to be that hard. And something that you said was so key, where you talked about comply to survive. Once again, I'm a student of history. I really love going back and watching history. People don't understand. They think that, this crowd of social warriors and social justice warriors, they honestly equate themselves and really believe they are doing the same work of Dr. Martin Luther King in the civil rights era. They don't understand. They would have classes before they would do any demonstration. They would have classes on how to respond, how to be nonviolent, how to comply with the authorities when the authorities would show up. Classes where they would practice, where one person would be the protester and the other person would be the police officer or the innkeeper, pushing them around, blowing smoke in their face, doing all these things. But they were taught, you have to have the moral high ground. Yep. Nobody watching that tape should be able to say, yeah, I think she had the moral high ground in this situation.
Correct.
That's the problem.
That is the problem. And I tell people all the time, people listen, you're going to come across officers that have an ego problem. Yep. You're going to come across officers that are unprofessional. You're going to come across officers who don't even understand the law. So again, what do they do though? I know guys who make it a career of suing police departments because the officers violate their constitutional rights. I'm actually going to bring one to my channel. We're setting up a schedule that I can interview him. He does this full time. This is full-time job. They call them they call them First Amendment auditors.
Okay,
Right?
yeah. I've seen videos. I've seen videos of some of them.
I love those guys, right? Because they make officers look stupid. Right? You have officers who do this. Their job is to enforce the law, and they don't even understand the laws they're enforcing. We have an American police problem in this country. That's a fact. You know, the problem is that we as Black people think it's only our problem and that white people aren't going through it. I said, no, they're having the same issues. The media will tell you differently, but I'm telling you based on what I know, what I've seen, that white people are getting thrown around and shot up too, more than we are. The problem is though, a lot of times they don't resist arrest all the time. They're not as aggressive. They're not as so again, they don't experience as much police brutality as one would say Black people do, but we do. And we do have officers that abuse their power. That's a fact. So there's no way around that. But again, the biggest issue at the end of the day is that when you have people who are condoning this type of behavior, then what happens is you have young Black kids who, when they come in contact of authority, they start to challenge said authority, thinking they know the law, thinking they know their rights, but not knowing that the officer has enough grounds, enough probable cause to make an arrest or to detain them. And what do? They run, they resist, they don't comply. And what ends up happening? They end up getting hurt. I did a video a couple weeks ago with a young Black man. They were breaking into cars here in Atlanta. This clown jumps from the 5th floor of the parking garage, thinking, I don't know, I think he thought he was a little further down than he was. But the whole idea is they're willing to do whatever to get away, simply just comply. So a lot of times we put ourselves in these situations and we end up getting hurt simply because we're being difficult and we're resisting or we're not cooperating, and it's not necessary at the end of the day. And that's the biggest issue.
Yeah. And my thing, before I'm not taking over your show. I'm gonna go down after this.
No, you're good.
The thing is, we have a culture.
Not
problem, just
celebrities,
not just rappers and stuff. We have politicians that are promoting defund the police. They're promoting a mindset of the police are the actual bad guys in the situation.
Correct.
Listen, I'm a taxpayer. Right. I'm a business owner. The police are 100% I've got fraternity brothers that are police officers, not just like on the street, but they're even in higher positions in the police department. That's not what it is. And when you have people just beating the drum of the police are bad, and you create a culture where you have younger people who are already in a position that is behind, they go to bad schools, right? They're in situations where they're in food deserts, but now they also want to take on the mindset of the police are the bad guys, no snitching. Then where are you actually going to have a peaceful and prosperous community if the police are bad, if politicians are bad, if everything is bad and it just burn everything down? You're never going to reach the goals that you're trying to get to. And that's why I love content like you make. It's not just you have the experience, you bring up the actual raw facts about what's going on. We have to change the narrative of, if you're a minority, if you're Black, if you're brown, then everything that has already been pre-established is wrong. Not understanding that the work that generations before us did helped to create the establishment that we do have. You just got to know how to access it the right way to be able to benefit. But I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna continue to watch and be a fan. Shouts out to Uncle Stu. I see you in the chat too. Great content, bro. I'm gonna continue watching.
So much. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Shoot, man, have my first super YouTuber guest experience. Shout out to you, JT Pocket Watcher. If you could please check him out. The moderators could drop his link again. I really enjoy his content. Really appreciate you coming up and giving us your thoughts on this. Very true, you guys. I say it all the time, there's a concerted effort to create division in this country. And again, and I repeat, I'm not saying there's not bad officers out there. I'm saying that we need to be very, very slow before we judge a situation without having all the facts. I do it here all the time on this channel. There have been plenty of situations I've reviewed. People thought the officer was white because of the encounter, then come to find out the officers were black, and we think that we jump to it's not that racism doesn't play a role in encounters and situations. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there are other factors that are equally just as important. And sometimes we focus so much on color that leaves us colorblind, right? And so I just want us to look at everything. My job is to give insight. My job is to educate and provide information that someone like Amazing Lucas can't amazingly do. Why? Because it's not in his profession. He's not a subject matter expert. Rightfully so. He can give his thoughts, he can give his opinion, you guys, but he doesn't know what he's talking about. He absolutely does not know what he's talking about, and he's conflating history, a wicked part of history, with today. And if you don't acknowledge the growth, if you don't acknowledge the evolution, and if you don't acknowledge how to fix the problem, you guys, you got to get in it. I say it all the time. Operation Chocolate. If you've seen that video, how do you fix a police problem? You need to put a uniform on. You need to sign up. We need to get our best and our brightest to what? Sign up and become police. If you want to fix a problem, you can't hate the police and say the white officers, we don't like the way they treat us. You don't like the white police officers, but then the black police officers, you disrespect them too. You don't want them either. You guys, it doesn't work that way, right? It absolutely doesn't. You got to fill the gap. You got to fill the void. How do you do it? You got to do the job. You absolutely have to do the job. Be the eyes in the police department. You guys are saying police don't tell on other officers. That's not true. There's a lot of officers that get prosecuted all the time, end up in jail for doing things they have no business doing. Officers do report bad behavior, you guys. And so again, these things I hear people repeat are absolutely not true. So again, the goal is to provide some insight. Let me dive back into the super chats and then get back into the video. Shout out to the big homie right here, Chris Johnson, with the $4.99 super chat. He says, he said it wasn't a victimless crime. A victim was a city or the state of Georgia. Shout out to you. Absolutely correct. Protect and serve. The serve is enforcing laws of the city/state. You guys, he is absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. We got to get out of this mentality that there are certain laws we can pick and choose that we don't want to follow. This entitlement because I'm black. I can argue with the police. It doesn't work like that. People ask me all the time. They want to play the color game. I'll play the color game with you. You don't want to play that game with me, you guys. I have a folder dedicated to white people too. Any scenario you give me, I have a white person who's gone through it. White people too, you guys. That's what I call the folder. Don't test me. I have the information. I have the knowledge. I see white people get thrown around all the time. It never makes the news, you guys. It's done by design. It's absolutely by design for those who can't get the bigger picture. They fall for it every time, you guys. This is why I'm here to provide insight. So again, if you want to see a white woman who refused to sign a ticket, I will show it to you. And I will show you how she got arrested. Shout out to you, Chris. Shout out to you, bro. Shout out to you. LA Thorne says, I have a question for you. If, say, in the scenario, the person who was refusing to sign the ticket is not a U.S. citizen, what would be the SOP for this? They go to jail. If they violate it, you still go to jail. Then what ends up happening, from my understanding, I can't remember. I've only had a few cases where I've arrested someone who was not a U.S. citizen. The jail handles that. There's a whole division inside our jail that handles that part. They'll call ICE, and then ICE takes it over from there. But yeah, they be en route. They be en route to the jail. All right, let me Let me scroll up, make sure I didn't miss anything real quick. Shout out to Carolyn, 714. Welcome. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel, you guys. Please shout out to Carolyn. Listen, I don't have any fancy I don't have any fancy music yet. You know, I told myself when I hit 20,000, I'm gonna buy me a little soundboard for you guys. I told myself if I can make 20,000 subscribers, and I deserve to treat myself to something nice. So I can't do it, you know, like TLA does. Shout out to him. But yeah, I plan on getting some stuff for you guys. So Carolyn, shout out to you. Thank you so much. Welcome to the channel. It is it's an honor and a privilege to have you as a member. Since you're a new member, please check out, if you have not seen the interview with Brandon Tatum, it's a great interview. Episode part 1 and part 2 is already in the catalog. Part 3 and part 4. Part 3 is released. It was released today. So please check out that interview. You will enjoy it. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Brandon Tatum or not, but he's definitely he's a huge YouTuber. And he talks about police content and other stuff, politics and things like that. And so I had the privilege of being able to interview him. So again, Carolyn, thank you so much for joining. I really, really appreciate it. Love to have you. Well, I'm loving having you, even though this is your first day. So shout out to you. So let's see, where am I? Oh snap. Listen, y'all better stop playing. We got another member in the that joined tonight. Shout out to you, Holly Hamilton. Thank you so much. Beautiful smile too, by the way. I love that picture. We have a new member. Please, you guys, welcome these two amazing people. Oh, she says she's been on she's a Tatum squad for 2 years. All right, that's what's up. Oh, I see you, Uncle Stu. Yeah, I'm gonna bring you up. Let me finish this this last piece. I'm gonna bring you up, and then I'm gonna take up some people who might have some disagreements. I'll try to see if I can stick to my my 2 hour and 30-minute mark. Holly, thank you so much. I am blessed to have you as well. Thank you so much. Welcome to the channel. You heard the spill. If you haven't seen the interview, please check it out. I will be dropping a lot of original content that'll be for the members only, exclusive interviews. And so we have a lot of crazy interviews coming up. And so please make sure you guys stay tuned, pay attention to the community tab, and also make sure you follow me on social media as well. Same name, Real Nathan Daley, on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and all that. So and then here we go with the trifecta, the back-to-back. My man Uncle Stu said, nah, man, I can't be slipping. I got to be a member too. Shout out to you, Uncle Stu. Thank you so much, brother. You guys, listen, me and Uncle Stu, really good friends. Great guy, full of wisdom. He also has a police background. Well, his father was in policing in New York. So we get a chance to talk about these things all the time. And so shout out to you, Uncle Stu. Thank you for becoming a member. I really appreciate it. You guys, listen, the member section is popping, you guys. Our members are growing, and I'm so blessed. I'm so grateful. And again, thank you guys so much for your support. It means a lot. Don't hesitate. If you haven't already, you're new to the channel, take a look at some of the content, the old content. It's cracking. So there's a lot of good stuff in there. And we're moving forward, man. We just hit 16,000 subscribers yesterday. You know, I came back, I flew in out of town, and I saw the 16K, and I was too tired to do a cartwheel, but I wanted to really discuss this topic because it was such a good conversation. Again, it goes about fighting against that narrative about these things that create a lot of issues within the Black community and even in this country. I don't like the division. I don't like the false information. I don't like the false narrative. So thank you guys for supporting. I really appreciate it. So y'all are crazy. So yeah, stand by, Uncle Stu. I'm gonna bring you up, and then those who might have disagreements, I'm gonna bring them up. And we're gonna go. So let's go ahead and finish through this right here.
That's what they are there to do. Okay, there is nothing legally bounding them to protect and serve you. Okay, they have no duty to do that. All right, as we have seen in Uvalde, as we have seen time and time again. Okay? I don't know how many more references you guys need.
He's bringing up Uvalde. I hate when people keep making these comparisons. Listen, you guys, real quick, let me just say this. All police officers are not created equal. All police departments are not created equal. Just like you can get a physician who's bad at his job or her job, you can get a police officer that's bad at his or her job. Rightfully so, you have police officers that unfortunately have taken the lives of people, some unjustly, and the majority are justly. You have doctors who kill more people than any other profession, right? They kill approximately 400,000 people a year. 400,000 people a year die by the hands of a physician, you guys. And no one's walking around talking about patients' lives matter. So again, save the smoke. Officers are doing a good job, and we have some that are not, and that's just what it is. Shout out to my big bro right here, Chris. I really appreciate you, bro. Listen, we got 4 new members tonight. Well, y'all better stop. Y'all making me feel real special. Chris is a good friend of mine, you guys. So shout out to you, bro. Welcome. I appreciate the support, man. This gentleman right here, you guys, I call just like Dre. I think Dre's in the building, but Dre's out running the streets, being a little heathen. But just like Dre, you know, this brother right here is sharp too, you guys. This is who I sharpen my skill. I get wisdom from as well. Funny guy, good heart, and a good brother. So thank you so much, Chris, for joining. I appreciate you being a part of the team, on stream and behind the scenes too. So thank you so much. That truly a blessing. So welcome, you guys. Yo, it is about to be a membership party. We about to throw a party, you guys. So all right, let's get through this this amazing Lucas. You know what's so funny? I'm gonna have to reach out to Lucas and invite him on for an interview. You know, and you guys listen, when I interview, I'm not interviewing I don't seek to destroy, right? But I like to have a conversation. I think it's cool to have a conversation about things that people don't agree with necessarily. You might have a difference in opinion, but we can have a great conversation. And I will tell them there are things that you say that I don't like, I disagree with, and then let's talk about it. Let's debate it. And someone said earlier that he's sharp. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. But it's easy to talk about things when no one is actually challenging you. It's easy to talk about stuff when you're the only person in the room who thinks they know what they're actually talking about. But when you start talking to somebody who actually knows the subject matter, you guys, everything changes. Everything changes. If I show up in a doctor's conference, I'm listening and I'm asking questions. I'm not telling people how to do the job, right? So when someone shows up who actually knows the subject matter, a subject matter expert, you guys, the energy changes. The energy changes. And so, yeah, because how do you quantify the stuff that's coming out of your mouth? So someone said disagreement day is tomorrow, tough guy. What is his disagreement day on his show? I mean, we'll set up. I'm not gonna call on this show. Me and we'll set up an actual show, right? That's what we do. I'm not a call in his show kind of guy, right? We get together. I'll reach out to him and say, let's set up a show where we can have an actual conversation. I'm not gonna call. I see when there's disagreement, people call, they don't really know what they're talking about either, and he smokes them on his channel. I mean, that's fine, but no, I'd rather set up an actual show where me and him can actually have an actual face-to-face conversation on YouTube and actually have a real conversation about stuff. And he talks about a lot of stuff too, right? He covers a lot of things. So no, I'm specifically talking about policing, the criminal justice system, things like that. Me and him can have that conversation. So no, I'm not going to call in there and try to debate with him about all kind of unnecessary stuff. That's not how I roll. But anyways, so we'll see how that goes. So shout out to you, Connor. Connor, if you're a follower of Lucas, please, by all means, reach out to him. Hell, you can send him this link too. I'll definitely, I'll try to email him if he has an email available. I'll reach out to him. Love to have him on. So Connor, Connor said, thought so. Connor, if you disagree with me, I'll drop the link. You can come up if you're a tough guy, Connor. If you're a tough guy, you can come up. But if not, then, you know.
In order to get this through your thick skulls. Nevertheless, he gets their IDs, goes back to his car, looks up their IDs, because they're always looking for warrants or something to get them on, sees that they're clean, tries to look up the code in which they're violating, cites them for the code that they're violating, okay, because he goes on Muni code, cites them for the code, brings the guy over, right? He doesn't give them a chance to leave. I want you to understand this. When it comes to a citation like this officer has discretion, okay? They have the discretion whether or not to issue a citation or to...
That's true. He's absolutely correct. Officers do have discretion. That discretion could be superseded by a supervisor, right? So because of the issues that are going on in Atlanta in the park, the officers are probably told that they need to enforce this law even more to keep people safe. So that is when discretion becomes void, right? You have a supervisor who can actually definitely void that out and be like, nah, no discretion on this, zero tolerance. So when the new law in Georgia passed, you guys, where you couldn't drive and use text and drive and use a cell phone, that was a zero tolerance. When it first came out, supervisors were like, hey, the first 2 months or the first 30 days, zero tolerance. Anybody driving with the phone in their hand, FaceTiming while driving, a lot of times people Snapchat and drive or whatever like that, citation, hands down, no excuses. Guess what? You guys, those are the marching orders, and then we do just that, right? So that's when discretion can be overridden.
Give a verbal command. Please understand this, okay? Understand this. Under rare circumstances, does an officer have to give you a ticket or have to do an action? In many, if not most cases, the discretion is up to them. This Sambo chose to write them a ticket even after knowing that they were out of state and they didn't know anything, right? It's not like they violated, not like they told him to move and they just stood there. He goes, writes him a ticket. And now, upon bringing the black man to sign the ticket, he's like, you need to sign this. If you don't sign this, you go to jail.
All right, sir, like I explained to you, you can't be in the park at night. You're just going to receive a simple ticket stating that you was in the park after hours. All right, I need you to sign right on that.
What am I signing over? Is it a charge or anything, or is it
Just a ticket?
And I have to sign it?
You can not sign it and go to jail. It's this one here.
You don't have to sign it, you can go to jail. Would I have ticket them? No, I wouldn't have. I would have told them to leave after I ran their information, right? But that's me. Now, if we were given an order to not do that, then I would have cited them. If they would have refused to sign a ticket, I would have arrested them. Absolutely. And so again, you know, every officer is different, right? A lot of times I would have drove by, saw a male and a female kiss on each other outside. Hey, you guys, park's closed and you leave right now, right? Atlanta is different. Every department is different, you know? So the problem is it's hard to say the officer did not do anything wrong. So when people ask these questions sometimes, I don't want them to think because I wouldn't have done it means that this officer is wrong. He's absolutely 100% correct in what he did in his job. He did his job correctly, right? The citizen was not obeying the law. It's really just kind of that simple. We don't have to like it, but that is just the reality. What I would have done, I would have handled. There's a lot of things I've seen officers do that I would have handled differently. But I am me. I'm an individual, right? And so again, there's a lot of things, you guys. The reality is you don't know what type of officer you're going to get. So what is in your best interest is to cooperate, especially if the officer has a legal justified reason in doing what he or she is doing. You know, that's not the time to fight or argue. Cooperate. If you don't like the way you were treated or what happened, ask for a supervisor, call 911, ask for another officer if you don't feel comfortable with the officer that showed up. There's a lot of things that you guys can do, right? But fighting, being argumentative, being combative, being disrespectful, those things obviously do not help at all. And unfortunately, you have some officers that have a bad ego problem, and that also creates a bigger issue as well. So, again, I think, you have options. You can only control your behavior. You can only control your words, your actions. You cannot control the consequences, period. Period. So, listen, all these guys, listen, Connor and your little crew, the Lucas crew. Listen, I'm gonna drop the link. Matter of fact, I'm gonna drop the link again because, this is for the disagreeers, those who are unhappy. I want you guys to hold on to this. I want you to hold on. This is for Connor. I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna give it to you, Connor. I already gave it for the Lucas crew. I'm gonna give it to y'all. Y'all are more than happy to come up when this is over with. Please hold on to that. Get ready. My policy is that you have to cam up. So if you seem like you got a lot you want to say, so please, by all means, come up here and express yourself. All right, let me get back to this.
The woman, his black woman, comes up and is like, well, you knew that we were out of state. You said we were out of state. You want to know what this clown, this anti-black Sambo says? Well, that's not a valid excuse.
Can you come here, ma'am? All right, so you're going to receive a ticket for being in the park after hours. All right? Just need to sign right here on the X.
But because we're out of, didn't you say we were out of time so we wouldn't have known that?
Yeah, but that's not a valid reason why.
I'm sorry. Someone being out of state is not a valid excuse as to why they wouldn't know that there was a curfew for.
This is a great question. Mr. Donnie Mack says, Nathan, were you still on the force when body cams were implemented? Yes, I was. Still on the force, and I policed way before they came out, and then started policing when they came out. So I got a chance to experience both sides. I was policing before we had tasers as well. So I was able to experience both sides of that. So yeah, it's actually very night and day difference. I love the cameras though. I didn't think I was gonna like it. I love the body cameras. You guys, you'll be surprised how many times people will lie, and they'll lie or they'll exaggerate events. They'll make up stories on officers, file false complaints on police officers, and my body cam captures all of that. And so again, I think one of the biggest issues is that you have some officers, again, that don't like the body cameras because they don't do things properly, right? They don't want to be seen. They don't want people to see them cutting corners and things like that. And so that's one of the biggest issues. So I love it. I believe in this day and age, no police force should be able to actually have a police department without being able to have body cameras. If you don't have a body camera, you shouldn't be allowed to police. You should not be able to have a police department at this stage in the game, because one of the biggest issues right now with law enforcement, is the accountability and transparency. Cameras are absolutely crucial. Absolutely crucial. And again, I like to speak on behalf of how to fix the problem. I don't really care what police officers think about what I have to say. I've had some, reach out to me and not like that I'm saying that officers need to be held more accountable. They don't like having to raise standards. You absolutely have to raise standards. Why? Because police absolutely ruined the profession. So therefore, the onus is on officers to fix the problem. Now, granted, people are going to be people. There's nothing you can do about that. Criminals are going to be criminals. People are going to resist arrest. People are not going to comply. People are going to be rude. That's never going to change. But what has to absolutely change is the quality of police officers. The professionalism has to change, and the use of force and the ability to actually critically think in this job, and then also the transparency has to change. And so again, if you're not fixing those things, then you're not going to really be fixing anything. And so cameras is absolutely necessary for that. So great question.
A park? Listen, anyone justifying this, you are either an anti-black racist or a bootlicker.
So here's what he's saying. Again, what do we do in our community when we hear things that we don't like, right? We start shaming people, start throwing insults, right? We try to guilt trip people. And then again, there's a need to be right. Shout out to Kevin Samuels, you guys. He says it all the time. He called it sign language. It's absolutely true. It's what people do when they don't want to be held accountable. They try to shame you, right? They insult you. They try to guilt you into thinking like them, or because you're not thinking like them, that you don't belong in the group. This is the only community where, again, you can not be black if you don't act like the collective, right? If you don't think like the collective. You guys, this is a dangerous message, right? If you agree with what's going on, you're a bootlicker, right? This is a problem. I have a problem with this message. Absolutely have a problem with this.
Both in some cases. I think you are the problem in this country. You are anti-American, okay? That's what you are. You are anti-American and anti-black, because everything that happens in this video goes against literally the founding of this country. We wouldn't have this country if some of you bootlickers felt the way you did about this officer and this interaction as you did about the British. We would have never made it.
See, just conflating just history all over the place. It's just incoherent, irrelevant statements, has nothing to do with whatever. And again, at the end of the day, there's no purpose in what he's adding on to this conversation. It means nothing more. Grossly ignorant, right? And that's a problem. This is what happens when people who don't know what they're talking about start talking about issues, and they just start throwing in all kind of stuff, right? Word salad. Dry word salad with no meaning, no nourishment, no purpose, just talking, and people are eating it up over there on this channel. Bless his heart, you guys. This is the problem, right? Something about the segment of our community that we have this thing where we love to chew up the lies, but we can never swallow the truth. And there lies the biggest problem. Biggest problem.
Out of slavery, if some of you freaking you Sambos out there, all right, had felt this the same way you feel about this, the same way you that our ancestors felt about slavery, would have never happened. Y'all still would have been there on the plantation. As soon as the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, you still would have been there talking about,
I'm one of the good ones, okay? I'm not gonna leave you, master.
Well, I do have to acknowledge the fact he's an entertainer, you guys. I'm an educator, so I don't want to come off like I'm taking him too seriously. But again, I read the comment section, right? Entertainment is one thing, but the comment section is another thing. And again, I just want to make sure I put out accurate information so that we have a better understanding as why things happen, and then how to better protect yourself in these situations.
I'm not gonna abandon you just like them.
that's what you all are, okay? Because they poisoned your mind. And once your mind is poisoned, your body follows. This is sickening what happens in this video. Now, she asks him for his name and his badge number. And upon her walking away, he gives a badge number. Because that's what many of these pigs do. They'll say, oh, Officer Bricks, 56789.
You should be in the park because you're from out of town.
And what's your badge number?
7452.
Oh, okay, hold on. So hold on. What's funny is he just made a statement, right? The officer speak too fast. He's actually given out his badge number. She turns around, she walks away. She didn't say, hold on, officer, 1 second, let me get my phone. Let me tell you something, what I don't do. You're not going back to your car, right? Without me walking behind you where I can see what's going on, right? So let's talk about safety, you guys. Unfortunately, it sounds silly when I say this, but it's a good safety tip is to let the officer know that you're going to your car to get your phone. Officer, do you mind if I get my phone out the vehicle? Why do I say that? Again, for safety reasons, you guys, I'm going to tell you on the best practices to be safe. Let the officer know you want to go get your phone. Right? It's just that simple. You don't want anything to be misconstrued. Unfortunately, you do have people who will get a weapon out of their car and try to shoot the officer. You guys, it happens. That's why officers are on edge. She goes in there. This is again, she moves with a sense of entitlement. She's do what she wants to do. So she does what she does. She comes back, and then again, she asks for his badge number and his name, and she gives it. I mean, he gives it to her.
So I don't know why you would give it to her, try and say your badge number upon her going away. She obviously didn't hear it. She comes back. It's like, I need your first name.
So this is what I'm talking about, right? The disingenuous. This is intellectually dishonest. She asked, and then she turned her back and walked away, right? He is saying, I guess maybe it's me taking him too serious, right? Is it me, you guys? But I don't know.
I'm not going to give you that. Okay, what's your name again? Brooks? And he says 5674 or whatever. Says his badge number. And she says, what was your badge number? He's like, I already gave it to you twice.
And what's your name?
Officer Brooks.
What's your first name?
I'm not going to give you my first name.
Okay, and I don't have to sign this, right?
You do have to sign it.
No, I don't.
All right. She asked, I don't have to sign this. I don't have to sign this, right? He says, ma'am, you do have to sign this. What did she say? No, I don't. No, I don't. First mistake, right? First mistake. What does he do?
Okay. Well, like I explained to him, if you don't sign it, then you're going to be physically taken to jail.
Gotcha.
Listen, she confirmed. Gotcha. All right, cool. Yeah, whatever. Ma'am, if you don't sign this, I'm going to have to physically take you to jail. All right, sure. All right. So you think, whatever. All right, okay, cool. You guys, she brought this on herself. She brought this on herself. What an imbecile. What an imbecile, you guys. What an imbecile. Now, what are people mad about the officer? They don't like the fact he used force against her. They don't like that. They felt like it was unnecessary. This was petty. It's minor. Nobody was committing a crime, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. But when you are under arrest, nobody cares, you guys. Nobody cares. I think that's the part we're missing, the bigger picture. You guys, you can't go to another country and carry on like this. How amazing it must feel to be an American where you can disrespect the police and do what you want to do, decide what law you want to follow, and just go about your day. Like it's not a big deal. You guys, you can't do that in other countries. That's why people go to other countries and they get arrested and they're stuck abroad, i.e. Brittany, what's her name, Griner? You think the laws don't apply to you, then you want to, well, I'm an American citizen. It has nothing to do with the laws of this country. Some of y'all live in a state and you don't even know the laws of your own state. Some of you guys take it for a joke. Right? We take it for a joke. You can only control your actions. You cannot control the consequences.
So you refusing to sign?
What's your name?
Officer Brooks, 7452.
Officer Brooks, 7452. I've told you twice. You guys, listen, on this video that I did, let me tell you something. My policy, you guys, I'm the most respectful police officer you would ever meet. But I have an actual procedure and code that I follow every time. And I will put you in handcuffs with a smile. And we'll have a nice conversation on the way to the jail. But listen, guys, I operate with strict principles. I don't play games with people. When you're under arrest, you're going to jail. And there's no takebacks. The ATM method, that's how I do it. I'll ask you, I'll tell you, and then listen, you guys, I'm going to make you. I don't do all this conversating, talking back and forth. You guys, it's dangerous. It's dangerous. It's absolutely dangerous. I'm going to ask you nicely. Then I'm going to tell you. And then I'm going to make you. You guys, I'm going to take you and deposit your ass at the jail. The ATM method. It works perfectly. Ask, tell, make. Some of y'all thought it was the other one. ATM, right? What's the problem with this? You guys, he gave her. He was so patient with her. So patient with her.
What's the badge number?
Look at this brother right here. I swear his facial expressions give it away. He don't care about this woman. He does not care about her at all. He knows what's about to go down. He absolutely knows what's about to go down. Well, he's looking like, man, she about to get locked up. This was hilarious to me.
I gave it to you 2 times, man.
Okay, I'm asking again.
And I'm not giving it to you again.
Okay.
Okay. Then give it to her again. Simple as that. He says, are you going to sign this or not? She says, no, I need your badge number, right? I need your badge number before I sign this. He takes this as she wants to go to jail.
Are you gonna?
Yeah. What'd he do? Lucas is funny. I gotta. Some of y'all Lucas followers, please try to reach out to him. I'm gonna reach out to him after this as well. Well, I gotta have a one-on-one with this brother, because outside his comic relief, we definitely gotta have a real conversation. I'm gonna have to ask him, Lucas, who hurt you, brother? What bad encounter did you have with law enforcement that got you so traumatized? You know, I hear a lot of hate coming from his speech. You know, and a lot of times that's what happens. People have a bad experience with a police officer, and next you know, there you have it. There you have it. There you have it.
Sign it?
No, because I want your badge number.
That's fine.
She said no. You guys, he asked her 3 times. That's it.
You want to put your hands behind your back for me?
No, she got.
Hey, listen, my man. She said she's not signing it. Put your hands behind your back.
Here we go. Cape Crusader, you guys. There's always one. There's always a Cape Crusader. He said, listen, my man, you need to step back. I broke this thing down because I want you to understand this encounter. It's very important that we break this down. But I'm going to go ahead and finish this real quick, and then you guys can catch the whole video. I linked it here.
That's what happens is you have many of these Sambos who get in these positions of power. And that's what many of these white supremacists do. They know they don't have to do very much if there's a Sambo on staff, because they know the Sambo does the same thing that the house slave did, right? That's what they do. They're there to make sure everyone's doing their job.
You need to pick more, okay? You need to pick faster, okay? Oh, you know, I'm doing good, Master. I'm making sure they in line, Master. You know, some of them are bucking, but, you know, we gonna break that, Master. We gonna do that.
That's what they do.
He sounds like a complete imbecile. A complete imbecile. This is why the speech that he's saying is so dangerous. Hilariously dangerous. Because see what happens, he's galvanizing people around him who are saying, yeah, these black officers are Sambos. And then what ends up happening? Then they come across a police officer with that same mentality and they get themselves in trouble, you guys. It happens every single time. Every single time. Young kids and grown adults. You sound like an imbecile. Why? Because this is absolutely not one of those situations. This is a situation where someone violated the law. How minor the law might have been to you doesn't matter. You were given an option. You refuse because you think the law doesn't apply to you. And then what happens? He asks you twice to sign it. You say no. He already told you if you don't sign it, you go to jail. I'm sorry. Bless your heart. Amazing Lucas. This is not about race. This has nothing to do with Sambos or bootlickers. And the fact that you conflated these things in this particular situation shows how ignorant you are, dangerously ignorant. And I'm sorry I have to call it out. Bless your heart, Lucas. No hard feelings, brother, but this is a problem in our community that needs to be addressed. We have to stop saying these things. It's causing a lot of issues. So with that being said, let's finish off strong.
All right. So they put these individuals in positions of power because they know, hey, it's less work off of them. Because they know they're going to do what they would do anyway. Okay. And then they have the complexion for the protection in this case, because now they black. You can't accuse a black person of being racist against black people. That's the white ignorance mindset, right? That's their concept of racism. And this person obviously loses his temper, right? And then he gets and starts grabbing her. The black man, he's like, hey, yo, you don't have to, treat my woman like that.
This is how people be telling stories and be completely wrong, right? Hey, nah, he did this and did that. Nah, he said, woo, 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 woo. And then next you know, pow, 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 guns started going off. He'd be like, I don't know. What are you talking about? The problem is we have gotten to a place where we see what we want to see. We see what we want to see. When I interview people and I talk to them about stuff and cases and issues with law enforcement, oh, it was racist. It was racist. Okay, then we start breaking it down and I get the whole story. And guess what? You find out that the person was in the wrong the whole time, the entire time. They just did not want to be held accountable. But it's so easy to use color, use racism, use a white officer, use a Sambo. You want to say he's black, but he's owned by the racists. Look, I had an ignorant guy tell me the other day that if you live in a gated community, it's racist. This is the problem. This is the problem. Make it make sense. When I listen to someone like Amazing Lucas, I have to pray for them. Bless his heart. He doesn't know any better. He drank the Kool-Aid, right? Color is on his mind, you guys. Race, 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 race. Everything's about color. You guys, listen, if you open up his head, you see a box of crayons in there. Obviously. Everything about race. You simply just can't see where the person is wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. It's just that simple. You're wrong. Why is it so hard to accept that? I say some people in our community suffer from accountability. I say they're accountophobic, right? The fear of accountability, it hurts them. It's like the moment you try to hold them accountable, they start shaking and twitching and I can't. Just accept that I can't be held. I can't. If I'm held accountable, I don't know what'll happen. Yeah, you'll change. You'll do better. You'll do better. But Jesus Christ, some of y'all are off the chain.
You being awfully aggressive. Listen, you're under arrest. You're under arrest.
Sir,
Ma'am.
you're hurting me.
Okay, I'm asking you to put your hands behind your back.
Sir.
Put your hands behind your back.
Why is she looking surprised? You know what this is? This is the face of someone who brought it all on herself. All on herself. Listen, you guys, we're at our 2-hour mark. Let me just go a little further because he's telling her to put your hands behind your back. What is she doing? She's not cooperating. She's not complying, you guys. This is a problem. People complain about the level of force that's used on Black people. Then when you see this behavior, people say, why did you just comply? You were under arrest. Why didn't you just comply? Well, I don't feel like he had the right. It has nothing to do with that. You don't listen. You don't like authority, whether it's coming from someone white or someone Black. You just want to do what you want to do. You want to be free to move around. You don't want anybody holding authority over you. That is the biggest issue. That's the biggest issue. And if you can make it about race, you make it about race. You make it about being a sellout, you make it about being a sellout. There's no winning with some people. It's weird. It's like a mental illness. That's what it's starting to look like, you guys. Therapy, man. We need therapy.
Sir.
Man, put your hand behind your back.
Come on.
I need you to back up.
I'm just saying, like,
I need you to back up.
You don't need to touch her like that.
She's not.
Bruh, she's under arrest. Cape Crusader. This is how people get arrested. You know how many times he told that guy? Let me do this because I want to. I'm not going to go through the rest of this video. We're at 2 hours. Anybody who disagree, if the moderators, please, for all the Lucas Circus fans in here, you are more than welcome to come up and have the conversation. Lil Connor and them. All right, we'll wait till the leg sweep and then I'll cut it off.
I'm putting her hands behind her back.
I'm asking a question. I'm just all I'm doing is
Put your
asking
hands behind your back.
She eventually says, hey, Officer Brooks, I'm going to sign it, okay? I'm going to sign it. You want to know what this Sambo says? You no longer have that opportunity. That's no longer, something available to you.
Correct.
I'm not saying that I'm refusing to sign the ticket. I'm going to sign the ticket.
You don't have an option now.
Because but I'm going to sign the ticket, Mr. Brooks. I'm going to sign the ticket. I'm going to sign the ticket.
No, I'm not here to play games.
So he already had his hands on her. He let her go, right? This is a training issue, right? He should have never let her go. He was way too, you guys, he was so patient with her. He was so, obviously because she's not a threat to him, right? She's not a threat to him. She was so patient. I mean, he was so patient with her. And this is the problem, right? At the end of the day, but here's what I'm gonna say, because I'm not gonna go any more into the video. If you want to watch the rest of what Lucas has to say, it's his personal feelings, right? And you guys over here, one thing I always say, we do facts over feelings. The feelings have no room over here in these conversations. So again, for those who have a disagreement and want to come up, I see you, Uncle Stu. I want to bring up these disagreeers first. Please come up and let me hear what you have to say. I would love to get your thoughts on this particular situation. You guys, what is the issue here? Do you know how many times this officer asked this young lady to cooperate? Do you know how many times he asked her to put her hands behind her back? Do you know how many times he asked her to stop resisting, you guys? I bet you don't know, but I know, I'll tell you. 24 times. He told her 24 times to put her hands behind her back. You guys, why did he have to do that? He told her 24 times to put her hands behind her back. Couldn't have been me. Couldn't have been me. What did Sabrina say? 24 times he asked her to put her hands behind her back. And you guys wonder why we get hurt in police encounters. The beauty of having a black officer working in a black community, right? He was patient with her. Why? That's the beauty of it. One could argue if he was a white officer, maybe he would have asked her maybe 5 times and then slammed her on the ground and did what he had to do. Would he have been justified? Absolutely. You guys, what you don't know or what you don't understand or what some people fail to understand is once an officer says you're under arrest, you are going to go willingly or against your will. And however the officer decides to do that within reason, the officer is justified. I'm not saying it because it's me. I'm saying it because that's how it is. You don't have to like it. I don't care. I'm telling you what the reality is. Once you're under arrest, you guys, you have to cooperate. Ma'am, you're not going to sign a ticket? Okay, well, you're going to jail. I'm going to have to arrest you. Oh, I'm not signing it. Okay, well, you're under arrest. He told her she was under arrest 3 times. Check this out. He told the boyfriend to get back 5 times, you guys. Listen, if I have to tell you more than twice to get back, you're going to jail too. Obstruction. You guys, I didn't play that. I absolutely didn't play that. If I had a reason to enforce the law, I'm going to enforce it within reason. If I tell you to step back more than twice. You're interfering with me doing my job. You're out of here. You're out of here. I told you my method. Ask, tell, make. In that order. Ma'am, you're under arrest. Can you please put your hands behind your back? No, I'm not doing anything. Ma'am, put your hands behind your back. Guess what? What else are we talking about? I already told you you're under arrest. We're not having a conversation about it. You guys, he was so patient with her. One would say he discriminated against her. Because if that was a black man, he probably wouldn't have been so generous. He probably wouldn't have been so delicate. Now she goes to jail and she has 2 charges. Someone said, no, he wasn't delicate. He was very delicate. He swept her on the ground. She screamed the name of Jesus. When did she call Jesus' name? Right? After he told her to put her hands behind her back, 12 times, you guys, she called the name of the Lord. She called the name of the Lord after 12 times. What did Jesus say? Stop resisting, my child. Right? What happened? 13 times. After 13 times, he told her to put her hands behind her back. He pulled his taser out. You guys, this is what resisting arrest looks like. So what happens when you don't comply? For what? All because she just wanted to be an ass. Shay said the Lord was busy. Lord said, I ain't got time for that. Jesus on the main line. Hey, don't let me get to rapping and singing tonight. Right? After 13 times, she still wasn't handcuffed. He had the cuffs out. She was tucking in her hands. She would not pull her hands out. She wasn't complying. She was passively resisting. That's what we call it. Passively. 24 times later, a second officer comes. He grabs one arm. They grab the other. And they still are forcing her arms behind her back. They never struck her. They never hit her. They never tased her. She went to jail because she was being an idiot. She was entitled. She felt like she could do what she want. She feels like a lot of black people I know, then they can just do what they want and abide by the laws, what laws they feel like abiding by. She was actually handled with, man, I never saw the gloves were that of a child. Absolutely. Absolutely, she was handled with kid gloves. Absolutely. Any disagreements? I'm not telling you 24 times to put your hands behind your back. Know that. A lot of officers are not going to tell you 24 times to cooperate. Know that. You get mad when they don't tell you at all. You get mad when they tell you twice. Some of y'all get mad when they tell you 3 times. He told her 24 times to cooperate, and she refused, you guys. This is how we get hurt. Like it or don't like it, it doesn't matter. The reality is the law is the law, you guys. Period. You don't have to like it, but you better respect it. She respected it that day, all right, you guys. She went to jail. She did all that and went to jail. Shout out to you, big homie. Sir Hell Speaks in the building. He said, much respect to my brother Nathan Daley. Salute to the chat. Salute to you, brother. Salute, salute, salute to you. If you guys are not familiar with Sir Hell Speaks, please check him out. The moderators can drop his link in the chat. Content is different. He's on the relationship tip, giving some good advice. Solid brother. Love his content. I also follow his channel. And we did a stream together. If you guys have not seen it, Black boys, black men, black fathers. It was a very, very powerful discussion. A lot of gems being dropped between him and Chicago Rilla. So shout out to Chicago Rilla from the Lapeef Network. You guys, it's really, really great collaborating with different people in this space and having this conversation. Before I bring up the one true wise man on the block, does anybody have any disagreements that's not afraid to come up here and have the conversation? We got some Lucas warriors in the chat. Keyboard warriors in the chat. There's one in every stream. Bless their heart, but they'll never come up and have the conversation. It's always more comfortable to talk trash from the privacy of your keyboard. Anybody have any disagreements? Does anybody have any questions before I bring up Uncle Stu? Anybody have any questions? Just general questions about this case. Anybody confused about the law? Matter of fact, while we're talking about the law, before I bring up Uncle Stu, if you have any questions, you guys put a Q in front of your question so I can pull it up. I'll answer any question that you have. And listen, if you want to come up and disagree, all respect, you guys. I don't trash bash. I don't do any of that. You know, I like to have an honest and respectful conversation. As long as you have a legitimate concern or issue that you want to talk about, you guys, I'm always open. I don't censor over here, but I'm not with the foolishness either. So you got to pick your struggle, right? If you come up here and be disrespectful, I will drag you out in the deep end. All right. So if you can swim, then by all means try it. If not, I'm always for a healthy dialogue. Why? Because I want the audience and the people who watch these streams to actually learn and get value out of it. A lot of us don't know. A lot of us don't have access to an officer that'll be impartial, be honest, and be consistent. I'm the only one on YouTube bringing this level of insight to this profession, right? I'm not doing it for clout. I'm not doing it for money. I'm doing it because I really want to see a change. So if you have a legitimate concern, a real question, please put it in the chat. We do this at the closing of every stream. We're at the 2-hour mark. We're gonna run up out of here at 2 hours and 30 minutes. Again, shout out to Pocket Watching with JT. I really, really appreciate him coming up. Someone said, Tango Thomas says Connor is Lucas. I wouldn't be surprised. Lucas, stop playing, bro. Just come on up. We can have a talk real quick. It's not a big deal. Lucas, I'm not hating on you or nothing like that. I just, I'm just big on people putting out inaccurate information. It's dangerous. At the end of the day, I want to prevent. There's no reason why that woman should have went to jail. There's no reason why she should have been thrown swept down to the ground like that. There's no reason why an officer should have had to tell her 24 times to comply, right? Every police officer is not going to give her that same level of courtesy. Another officer is not going to give her that level of grace. Black, white, Asian, or Hispanic, it doesn't matter. Every officer is different. I'm trying to share information with you guys to keep you from getting hurt. Period. At some point in time, we got to just start being a little bit more mature and wiser with the decisions that we make. Understand how to fight the battle properly. Understand how to fix the problem properly. I'm here to give you insight and tell you how to really fix the problem. So, that's the key. That's the key. All right, let me bring up I see you, Brotep. I see you. Give me 1 second. Let me bring up Uncle Stu. Brotep, you got time? Give me a thumbs up if you got a little time. I'm gonna bring up Uncle Stu. Okay, cool. Uncle Stu, old man from the block, dropping wisdom.
What's going on, sir? Can you hear me real well?
Man, you got the power mic, brother. I hear you. What's good, Uncle Stu? I ain't seen you in a minute, man. I've been all over the place, brother.
Hey, listen, I've been doing the same thing. I'm a new grandfather now.
Oh, shout out to you. Congratulations.
Yes, sir. Yeah, 2 weeks old today. So, just trying to handle that and take care of all that back stuff, and got
All right.
nieces getting ready to go to college, and so I just been all over the place as well. But the question that I have is, where was that police officer's backup? Because my understanding is that, you know, when you got more than one person in the car, you need to call for backup. I only wanted to put that out there because, you know, if anybody got an issue, normally it would be a whole squadron that would have showed up. It was just him by himself. Second thing that I want to bring out that I didn't really hear in the conversation, you know, people talk about freedom and they talk about this country. And the question is, in law, there is freedom. So the question becomes, if you have a country that is anarchy, everybody can do what they want to do, where there is no law, there is anarchy, and anarchy is nothing more but chaos. So when we start dealing with chaos, then you have no control over the environment. Second, if anybody want to see what it looks like not to have law, not to have police officers, go to your local neighborhood where the cops do not patrol and see how those environments are actually operating within that confine. One of the greatest statements that was ever given to me is by a commentator in my comments. He says, most people are taught at a very young age what he defines as what he calls social abuse or child abuse. And his definition was because you are constantly being studied and told only a piece of African-American history. And that African-American history is usually strictly based on slavery and the things that happened during slavery, but you never really study the history of African Americans that are successful and exactly what they did in order to receive that success. The other thing that I noticed within the video is, number one, the man complied, the woman did not. The man complied, the woman did not.
What does that say? What does that say to you? What does that say to you, Uncle Stu? we gonna dive. That's a whole separate show. But real quick, what are your thoughts on what? Because he watched her not comply. He didn't say anything. Now,
the reason is because a lot of my sisters, probably gonna get my channel shut down, but a lot of my sisters will say they are not going to listen to the authority of a black man. So you are a N-word, and I'm not going to listen to you. I have authority. I will speak in the manner and the tone that I want to, and you will comply to my words and my tones, and you're going to do what I say, period. If this was really her man, most men who would have been in the semi-protective mode would have told her to comply. Be quiet, comply, sign the ticket. We'll deal with this later.
Why wouldn't he though? I have my suspicion, but why would
not her? That's not her man.
That's right. That's right. They were hugged up though.
Hey, booty call.
That's true. I know. I'm playing devil's advocate. I know, but I'm saying, I mean, this is. I don't even want to go into that. Really,
right.
You know how I feel about the manosphere stuff. I try to stay out of that because
Let me. I'll hang in there. Y'all stay out of that. Stay out of that. I don't even want Sir Hale in that. You know, Sir Hale, stay out of that. Stay out of that. Let me be the one to get beat up in there.
I can't. Yeah, I can't do it on my channel because I'll say some things. People, yeah, go ahead.
But in all seriousness, though, you know, being that you asked me that's exactly what I see. You know, to my community, because I don't want everybody just thinking, well, you know, Uncle Stu, your dad was a cop, so yeah, you're gonna side with the police officers. No, my father also taught me what I call that sit-down conversation. What is a sit-down conversation? I want you to comply with everything they say, and we'll deal with it in the aftermath.
Right.
Yes, I studied the penal law system, so I know the penal law. You can find the penal law in every single city, every single state, you
Right.
know. And this is going to tell you exactly what the laws of those city and state is, so you at least know what the law is and what the policy and procedure is. And again, my dad being a cop, yeah, he taught me how to be safe in those situations, not to give probable cause. I don't think a lot of people understand what probable cause is. Some of the biggest criminals out here, and we're talking about those that has done egregious crimes, ironically, was caught in the most stupidest ways.
Yep.
Parking tickets,
Yep.
speeding tickets.
Yep.
You know, if you really go now, how these people actually got caught. They didn't get caught by the FBI. They didn't get caught by the CIA. They got caught by a local police officer because they passed a red light.
Correct. Correct. My I had a suspect. I told this story on another stream. I don't remember which stream it was, you guys. You just got to go back and watch the content. But I pulled over a vehicle for window tint violation. The tint was illegal, and the passenger gave me a false name. He got out, ran. I chased after him, ended up tasing him twice. It didn't work. We got into a fight. He pulled out a knife and tried to stab me, and I wasn't able to actually shoot him because I had my hand holding down his wrist where the knife was, and we were too close, right? We're too close for me to draw my weapon. It just wasn't safe. After I got the knife out of his hand, I tried to hold him down. I'm doing whatever I can. We're fighting. He's fighting. And it wasn't until my partner showed up, we were able to get him into custody. But to your point, that was from window tint. Some people might think that's petty. But then when he went to the jail and they ran his thumbprint, he was wanted for 3 counts of murder. And I'm going to tell the story just quickly. Basically, what ended up happening was him and a friend of his did a home invasion, and they hit the wrong house. They tied up the family inside the home. Someone witnessed them kick the door in and called the police, so the police were en route. Tied them up and ended up shooting and killing somebody inside the house. When they saw the police show up, they got in the car, they ran, they drove off. As they were driving, they were going on the opposite side of the road. They ended up running over a pedestrian and killing a pedestrian, right? They continued on driving, and as they were driving, they T-boned a car and killed one of the passengers inside the car. 3 people died from one incident. And I believe it was the passenger was trapped in the car because of the accident. The driver was able to get out and run, and he got away. Well, of course, the passenger was caught. 3 bodies, right? He was charged with 3 counts of murder, home invasion, and a slew of other charges. And so, of course, he snitched on his friend, right? They always snitch, you guys. He snitched on his friend. So his friend is the one that I pulled over in the passenger seat of the car, who gave me a false name. And he was apprehended behind his window tint being too dark. He was willing to kill me to get away. And so when we see things like this, and I try to explain to people that usually a lot of times people who don't comply, officers look at it as you have a reason not to comply, that you are running or you're fighting the police because you have something to hide. You have something that you're willing to try to fight the police or kill the police to get away because you don't want to what? He did not want to be held accountable for killing 3 people. And so that's the reason why I tell people, complying is the best thing you can do to keep yourself safe. And cooperating is obviously, if you don't have anything to hide, you cooperate, you fight it in court, you get an attorney if you have to. If the officers violate your rights or whatever, then you sue them like you're supposed to. When I get pulled over, you guys, I never tell them I'm a cop. I'd be hoping they might do something stupid. I'm trying to get the check too. So, that is one of the biggest issues, but people just have to understand that, we got to be careful with the messages that we spread on social media and YouTube, because people listen to it and they go out here and they think they can have that same type of grace that she got. And no, I'm going to do it like how she did it. And they end up getting the bad end of the stick, and I definitely don't want that. But to your point, Uncle Stu, yeah, a simple traffic charge can, and again, now this person's arrested, and the families who died, who lost their loved ones, can now have justice, right? Because an officer was willing to do their job. So, yeah, to your point.
Yeah. The other thing is, whenever somebody, at least for me, is giving commentary, I watch because I study politics so much. I watch the tones and the words that they use, and a lot of times when anybody is commentating, dealing with the African American community, they tend to use certain racial slurs. And whenever they starting to use those slurs, I know that they're starting to try to tap into the emotions.
Yeah.
It's funny that this gentleman said, "Oh, the Democrats are Republicans," but I wonder, did he get on Joe Biden when he said, "If you don't vote for me, then you ain't black"? Just saying. I'm wondering, where the voice is when you start talking about certain policies. When you're talking about, why is the middle class shrinking? Are y'all really studying the policy? Or you
Right.
just like that free check? I'm wondering, where is all, where was he when, these three women was running around and having my people out there on the street? Now they done got millions and millions of dollars. Is he, petitioning to go have those three women sued? Answer is no.
Right.
I mean, if you're gonna go there, let's go there on both sides. You just did a fine case dealing with what's her name that was deleted, with these shootings and whatnot, shooting inside of her house. So you do have a platform of equality, and that's why I rock and support you.
Thank you.
But in this situation, again, I don't see any YouTuber, male, female, black, white, whether it's is red pill, blue pill, they got a bunch of pills out here. I haven't seen anybody who really said,
shout out to
hey,
Great Pill.
yeah, that's right. I haven't seen anybody that really said this police officer was in the wrong. And that to me should say something. It should
Absolutely
signal something that when everybody's looking at the same thing and going, okay, the first clip you put out, okay, maybe we can argue. But wait a minute, now we got the body cam feature, and it's like, no. I want everybody to understand, if this police officer really was as bad as it's supposed to be, when that dude walked up on him, the wrong officer would have tased him or shot him.
Yep.
One or the other.
Yep.
Again, there should have been a whole lot more police officers. And when I say that, I'm saying historically, when one cop comes, a whole bunch of them coming right behind him, especially at night. We have to also recognize we're talking about Georgia. And what I mean by that is, unfortunately, Georgia, you beat Chicago now when it comes to the crime statistics. So we're not looking
like that.
Yeah, you up there, bro. Y'all knocked it out the box last week.
Yeah, man. I tell people, man.
Y'all been giving O'Shea Duke Jackson a whole lot of content.
Yeah, he do be covering Georgia a lot. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. It has gotten rising. Yeah, it has gotten out of control, and that's the reason why. And not only that, we're losing a lot of officers and things like that. So people are not looking at the correlation with that crime going up, people not being able to address the crime issue. It is, man. It's off the chain. But Uncle Stu, let me grab I got my last guest back here because I know.
Yeah, man. I wanted to, I was gonna chill back because I wanted to hear the conversations of people that kind of was on the other side. Because see, I'm like you. I'm open to hearing the opposing views.
Absolutely.
And I'm open to hearing maybe arguments that I never heard of.
Absolutely.
But again, nobody's coming up, so I'm definitely going to lay back.
All right, we'll see. I got
one. You have a good one. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate you, brother. You guys, please check out Uncle Stu. Great content creator. A lot of good intel over there. Shout out to you, Uncle Stu. If the moderators can drop his link for us for y'all to check him out. All right, Uncle Stu.
All right, now.
All right. And we're gonna drop the link one more time for any disagreeers. Crazy. Let me see. Brotep. Hold on, can't. Hold on. Okay.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you just low though. You're kind of low.
Wow.
And you gotta you have to mute YouTube in the background.
I muted the other tabs, but I don't know why my. Let me go into settings real quick and see about the sound.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead and check that real quick. I'm gonna drop you down real quick. I'm gonna read these.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. All right, fix the mic. I'm gonna drop you down real quick. Let me read these super chats, and then I want to get these questions in as well. Who did I miss? Was it okay, I got that one. Uncle Stu dropped the can I come up? Shout out to you, Uncle Stu. Shout out to my members, Carolyn, Holly Hamilton. Shout out to you, Uncle Stu again. Let me see. Someone had a question. Okay, Lou Optics. He says while Brotep fixing his mic, let me run to these questions. He says, question. So in lieu of SCOTUS ruling, do local entities still keep the Miranda, or is it completely gone? That's a good question. I don't have the answer to that because this ruling came out obviously after I'm no longer policing. But this happened. I want to say this happened in New York. I think this came down in New York. I can speak on it a little bit. I don't know what a lot of departments are doing, but this is what happened. Let me see the best way to explain it. So Mirandizing people, you read them the rights. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. You have a right to be given an attorney if you can't afford one. Right. So it's like, I forgot I used to remember it by heart, you guys. You got to forgive me. I have to pull it up. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have a right to attorney. If you can't afford an attorney, one will be provided to you, and then so forth and so on. And so Mirandizing, letting people know their rights so they don't self-incriminate themselves and things of that nature. You do it when you're interrogating, when someone's in custody. When they're in custody and you are questioning them about the case of the crime or things of that nature, you do have to Mirandize them. They need to know their rights, and you ask them, with all that, you know your rights. Are you willing to waive these rights? And blah, blah, blah. And then they say yes or no, so forth and so on. So what happened is with the Supreme Court basically said that if an officer does not Mirandize you, or they fail to Mirandize you, you can no longer sue officers for that, if I'm not mistaken. You can't sue the police department because that is a violation of your rights, right? So officer doesn't do that. Why did they do that now? You just simply can't sue. Officers still have to Mirandize you, so that hasn't gone away. By law, they still have to do it. It's just that if an officer doesn't do it, it's not grounds for lawsuits anymore, if I'm not mistaken. So don't quote me on that. I gotta go back and do some research. I was actually gonna do a video on it, and then something else happened. I didn't get a chance to figure out the whole context of the ruling. But for the gist of it, it's in reference to suing the officer for violating your rights, not Mirandizing you. But what did the Supreme Court say? The Supreme Court basically stated that the outcome of an officer not Mirandizing you means that the case gets thrown out. Whatever happens after that cannot be used in court. So whatever information an officer got in regards to the investigation and the officer did not Mirandize you, we call that the fruit of the poisonous tree, right? Meaning that anything after that is considered illegal or will be tossed out. So the Supreme Court basically says that, well, since this is going to be tossed out, we're looking at that as an equal exchange, meaning that information or those statements that are used before you're Mirandized can't be used in the court. So that's just enough punishment, right? So a case can be, plenty of cases have been thrown out. People walk free on murder and drug charges all the time because officers did not do their job properly. So all the court is saying that you cannot sue for that violation anymore, because the punishment of an officer not doing their job properly, like Mirandizing, means your case oftentimes, or evidence and information is suppressed, or sometimes the case is thrown out. So that's how that works. I don't know how departments are handling that, though, specifically to your question, but that is absolutely a good question. I'll have to look into that further and actually do a show on that. Sir Tice says with this 999 super chat, thank you so much, brother. He says, salute, Brother Nate and Uncle Stu. Great explanation. Are either of you familiar with the term ideological subversion? Nope. It's from Yuri Bezmenov, a former KGB operative. That's what's happening now and here. I'm gonna look that up. But thank you for sharing that, because that subversion, I've heard it before. I don't know the ideological subversion, but that sounds interesting. I'm gonna have to look that up, man. Thank you for giving me that. I'm gonna highlight this and do some research on it after this stream. Shout out to you, LaShawn. Thank you. Thank you so much, LaShawn. Tech Locks 999. Thank you so much for this super chat, my dear. I really, really, really appreciate it. And shout out to Mechee X. She's also in the chat. She is my my tag team partner in this game. She is my alter ego, and we're going to do a stream together. It's going to be crazy. Let me thank you so much, LaShawn. Thank you so much, so Tyus. Thank you guys so much for the super chat. Brotep, let me bring you back. How's the mic? Mic check. Boy, silent. Oh, hold on. You muted. Hold on. Unmute yourself.
Yo, how about now?
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Good.
I know you was about to be mad. You spent all that money on that mic, bro. It ain't working. That looked like a high top. That looked like a top dollar.
Yeah, it's because you sprang this on us. I wasn't ready for. So you can see my whole setup. I'm in the transition of putting things together in the studio, but I had to come on here. I wanted to lay back and hear more from the previous guest. Y'all were dropping some gems, man. Yeah.
Facts.
The other guy, just now, who you were talking to, on the other split screen. Yeah, very insightful. One thing,
have you ever seen? You got to check his channel out. You got to check his channel out. Uncle Stu, old man on the block, great. He always comes up bringing up gems. He's always keeping it real. Really enjoy talking to him. I get a chance to. I have the privilege of talking to him behind the scenes as well. He's always sharp brother, full of wisdom.
Yeah, definitely. I disagreed with. There's no winner in this thing, because for one thing, the Officer Brooks, he's getting death threats on Twitter and other social media platforms now, and he doesn't deserve that. He was just doing his job. Granted, he didn't give as much leniency or leeway as a lot of other officers might have, but to the letter of the law, he did his job.
Correct.
But he's getting death threats now because of this thing. And the other girl, one thing that many people are not keeping an eye on is she's an Instagram influencer. She's an actress. Yeah. So I'm thinking it's likely that she may not have started this for clout, but once it started to devolve, she's like, oh my God, the limelights are on. The limelights are on. And so, like, I didn't even know about her until this event occurred. So that kind of tells me that a lot of what she's playing this up as, and she's got like a whole bunch of people backing her on especially Twitter. A lot of people are backing her up on Twitter. So yeah, she's got at least 1,000 more followers on Instagram now. She's prolific at Instagram. She's tons of photos, tons of videos. So yeah, again, this doesn't look good for anybody. She was definitely in the wrong. But for me, if I were the officer, granted, I've not ever been involved in law enforcement, but knowing what I know about the court of public opinion now, I would have stayed clear. I would have stayed clear of that. Like, get out the park. And I mean, if they push it, yeah, I'm gonna do what I have to do, like all the rest of the stuff. But nah, man, because there's no law governing Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're trying, but once they get your name out there and it's all funky now, right? I mean, what if he gets fired for that? I hope not. But you know, I don't think there's a winner in any of this. You know what I mean?
Well,
That's mm,
well, I would say the problem is we've allowed society to be comfortable and thinking that it's okay to actually buck the system, to actually go against authority, right? One would argue that we've actually created this problem. You know, we have JT Pocket watching. Pocket watching JT? What did he say? He said we have politicians, we have activists, right? We have people on social media now who are creating the environment where we're making it conducive to be rebellious against law. Like
yep,
this is by design. This is by design. So now the people are getting more emboldened and being anarchist, right? And so this is why I had an issue with Black Lives Matter, because they were inspiring people to buck the system, but they were leaving out so much context, and they were conflating a lot of things. And so what happened, they were getting people to do the dirty work for them. But as you see now, as today stands, nothing was really accomplished, right? And so, it's scary, man, because this is people are easily influenced. Um, when you start moving people through their emotions and not through their logic, and again, but we've created this environment. We created within our community, within Black culture, where we have a culture that undermines police. We disrespect police. We disrespect authority, and it's considered to be okay, right? If you feel like or you don't feel like, then it's okay, right? If you think they had no business doing this, it's okay to go against the law. It's okay to go against the authority. You hear kids being told by their parents that it's okay for them to disrespect the teacher
yeah,
if they feel like, right? So we're already conditioning kids. You know, there was that video that went viral with the young Black kids. They had to be all 3, 4, 5 years old, punching the
yeah, I
police
saw that.
officers, calling them niggers, but this is what we're doing. We're conditioning, right? We condition kids in the community through Black music, rap music, hip hop music. We condition them through movies. And so to a point to where it's not that you don't like white officers, you don't like Black officers, you don't like police, period. Right. And you can't distinguish between an officer that's doing their job and an officer that's abusing their job. There's no longer no distinction sometimes with some people in our community. And that's the issue that I have. We can't be mature enough to say, you know what? I was wrong, and that officer's doing their job, right? It seems like any encounter with the police is always considered a bad encounter, whether I'm wrong or not. It doesn't matter. You shouldn't be messing with me. I don't like the police, period. They're bootlickers. They're Sambos because you're Black and you're working for the strong arm of white. So it just becomes, man, everything becomes muddied, man.
Listen, that brings up Lucas. He's an entertainer, man. He's not. I wouldn't take what he says seriously. I mean, up until maybe like a year and a half ago, he was on the far side of that. He was kind of like I
That's
would
what I
I would have
thought.
even ventured to I would have even ventured to call him far right,
Yeah.
like an alt right person. And then now
Yeah.
all of a sudden he's on the holy on nuts wagon with Tariq Nasheed and FBA, ADOS. If you're not,
The
are you?
FBA?
The FBA
Is he? I'm
foundational.
saying, yeah, I know what it
I,
is. Is he?
I think
Is he?
look, man, he looks Sudanese Arab
He
to
looks
me.
Sudanese to me, brother. That brother he look a little Sanskrit. He look a little Sanskrit.
He look a little Sanskrit. I like that. I
He
like
look a
that. He
little. That
look a little
brother don't look
Sanskrit.
regular Black. Yeah.
Yeah, he don't look regular Black. He
Mhm.
looked like you ever see those paintings of like those half-blooded Moors, and those
Yeah.
medieval paintings. Yeah, like
Mhm.
those Arab sultans. People come up with
Yeah,
stuff
he
from
do look
Quran.
like a little.
He looks like one of them.
He do like a little salt. Yeah. Shout out to Lucas. Shout out to Lucas.
Yeah,
No,
shout
no
out to
disrespect,
Lucas,
but
but
he don't look regular black for sure.
but he's
But
on
but I
the
mean,
left thing now,
well,
and
I mean,
that stuff's divisive. I'm sorry, guys.
no, you good. I was just saying, I think it's just one of those things where, I mean, we got people claiming to be everything these days. There's just a country where we just, you can be whatever you want to be, right? Like you could, we got white people who claim they're black, right? We got,
Shout out to
I
Sean
mean,
King,
shout out to
Malcolm X,
Malcolm,
Martin Luther King.
Martin Luther King. But I mean, my thing is, Lucas is he's entertaining. He's entertaining. That's fine. The problem is there's too much entertaining in our communities, right? Where we have a hard time distinguishing between entertainment and reality. That is the issue. The problem, it's not a big deal that he's an entertainer when people can walk away from the entertainment and get back into reality. And it reminds me of a conversation that 21 Savage made after that shooting out here in Atlanta at the park that killed some people. He said, I'm just a rapper. I'm just an entertainer. I talk about all these things. I don't live that lifestyle. It's not my fault that these kids are doing those things. I didn't tell them to do it, right? That's the problem, right? Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
No, I didn't hear that, but that's an awful take. That's his take on it.
That's his take,
That's
brother.
his take on it.
He said you guys don't get on actors who play roles like shooting and blah blah. You guys don't get on them. Why do you get on rappers about the music they make, and then these kids act out these lifestyles? We don't tell them that. We're just acting this out. Go ahead, bro.
I have an answer. 21 Savage. I have an answer. In films, they don't. It's a different medium. They're not directly addressing you. I've listened to albums where it's directly don't let no nigga disrespect. My fault, cursing on each other. Don't let no N-word ever disrespect you. Put 2 in his ribs and leave him under the bridge. And I don't know. You're giving people instruction manuals. There's songs out there how to operate in a trap house, how to cook the crack right. Really, I haven't seen a film where they basically give you a blueprint on how to criminal. I haven't seen it. If it's out there, sure, but I haven't seen it. And we have to stop pretending that the same things that the other communities can imbibe and take in without any repercussion goes for us. Plenty of white boys can watch Train Spotting about drugs and all that, but they're not the ones disproportionately getting caught up in some of these laws, right? It's your fault as someone who broke the law, but there's also, the disproportionality that exists, right? But why are you pretending that, Connor and Glenn and all these guys who are watching movies like Train Spotting, what else? What other movies have drugs involved in it? Pulp Fiction, etc. They go out and do things that are in these films. They don't get caught up. You go and watch, I don't know, New Jack City, Juice, whatever. Then you do the same thing. Then you complain that you got caught up. Well, the stimuli are similar, but the repercussions are different because of your, I guess, your economic status or whatever. I did want to address some of the people who are on the ACAB thing. I'm sure you've heard of ACAB. All cops are, right?
Right.
I want, and this is no shade towards them, but you will hate police until you got something going on.
Correct.
Right. So I used to not like police very much until I had something to lose. I had something going on, getting my life together, starting to make a little money off and on, doing what I do. And then now I'm catching attention where I live at. So I'm trying to get my body together. So I do some run walk in the morning, run walk at night, and I find myself now tailoring my running and walking route according to how frequent I see squad cars. You know what? 2 squad cars on this corner, that's my path. Because you know what? Where I live at, I'm not worried about getting robbed anymore. They will kill you for nothing. So it's not even about getting robbed anymore. Because I used to be worried about, look, you know what? Since I'm gonna go running, I'm gonna go walking. Let me not keep even my debit card on me, because you know they might take me a back alley, hem me up, make me give them the code or whatnot, right?
That's right. Correct.
But the last 3 or 4 murders this month have been over nothing. No one was robbed, nothing. It wasn't over turf, it was nothing. So it's not cops killing us out here like that. So what the media wants you to think, because it's sexy, right? Back in, I mean, when we were kids, like 80s, 90s, what was a sexy story? Like Save the Whales, right? Like, oh, the whales are getting caught in the tuna nets. Now the sexy story is black man got killed by cop in X city, fill in the blank city. Black man gets racially profiled in New York, LA, whatever. So that's what it is. You know what? Once you guys got something going on, then you will appreciate those blue and white strip cars on every corner. When you go out there to get something to feed your kids or whatnot, and then you see all the characters who are looking for the opportunity. I don't even know what demons are in their heads now. With some of them, like there used to be sense of crime, right? When we were kids. Didn't there used to be sense of crime when we were kids? Like, okay, I get it, because he robbed him, because he showed up. This guy starts to have something going on. What do you call it? Start making some money. He started attracting some attention on the block, so they robbed him. But now it don't look like that no more. And up until like maybe the last 4 or 5 murders, and I won't dox myself by giving me what city I'm at, but up until the last 4 or 5 murders, I was worried about getting robbed. And then one of my dudes was like, "Nah, man, such and such didn't get killed over money or drugs or anything. He's over nothing. Like the other guy felt disrespected, and over nothing. So with I'm sorry, guy.
No, I was just gonna say that I think, and shout out to Mechee X. We don't want to dismiss, Mechee, my dear. I think this is a balanced conversation. We're not discrediting police brutality. We're gonna talk about police brutality for Mechee X real quick. All right. Because let's be real. Police brutality is a real thing. Excessive force is a real thing. Police brutality isn't always about a person getting shot, right? So there are incidences and cases where officers are abusing their power and abusing their authority. So that is a fact. I think sometimes some people have a dislike for the police, and they just want to focus on that. And I think what ends up happening, which I do understand, it's like when people are talking about, when you have women who bring up a conversation about what a black man does, and then you be like, well, sisters be doing this, and then they get mad, right? And so I think that's kind of what this is. A lot of times with policing, when we are talking about police brutality, and then we're talking about crime within the community, black on black crime, as some people like to say, and then people don't like to mix the two conversations. I respectfully agree and I respectfully understand. I don't have an issue with that. What ends up happening, though, is when people decide they're going to have a conversation on black crime, then people don't want to be patient enough to hear that part. Then they want to say, well, what about police brutality? So it's one of those things that's always tricky. I always try to give a good balance in that. But unfortunately, the reality is this: 2 things can be true at the same time. We have a bad police problem. We have a bad crime problem. The reality is we just want it to change, right? We're all on the same page. We all want this thing to be better. We want healthier, happier communities. In Atlanta, to your point about the shooting, just the shootings in general, that are just foolishness. You have someone who is a target, and then you have several unintended targets who end up losing their life because there was a target, right? But the bullets have no names. So we have a lot of that going on. And so, I mean, at the end of the day, let's talk about police brutality. In reference to this situation here, I know you said that there are no winners. I think the problem is anytime a person is deciding not to be arrested because they're not satisfied with maybe the information the officer gave. Let's just play devil's advocate and say that the officer did not explain things properly. He could have been more patient. He didn't have to, right? We could say all these things all day long. But when you get to a point to where an officer says it's time to go to jail, at that point right there is a decision that the other person has to make as to how they're going to conduct themselves in that moment. I told you guys 24 times he told her to put her hands behind her back.
Yeah.
13 times before he actually tripped her and slammed her on the, well, he didn't slam her on the ground, but they call that a trip. He tripped her on the ground, but we could say slam for those who but he brought her on the ground, right? He tossed her on the ground 13 times later, right?
It looked brutal.
It looked brutal.
The slam. Yeah. Like, but I also understand that it's not gonna look nice. The world's not made of cotton candy.
Right.
It's called forced compliance, right? So,
right.
It is what it is. I didn't mean to cut you off. Now, I do have something to say about the police brutality thing. There's a sentiment out there. Look, there's a sentiment out there right now, and there's some legitimacy to it, where it seems like police have their own fraternity now.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why you have a lot of talk like police are nothing but a gang. All right, dude, but I mean, they're on that, right? That's too much squirrel for me. But at the same time, the slight legitimate concern of that is someone like Brandon Tatum. Shout out to him, and your interview with him was very enlightening. I subscribed because of that to him because of the interview. So okay. It's very insightful. Even as someone who doesn't agree with, I would say I don't agree with something like 70% of the things he says, because immediately, yeah, but like by default, he leans towards the officer's side of the thing. Like, dude, you didn't even hear he's very pro-police.
Pro-police,
but,
yeah.
One of the things that are legitimate concern is that policing now has become a fraternity where it fosters an environment of us versus them. And you don't want that. You want a cohesive environment where I didn't have to have my environment. I was going to say my environment changed, but I changed. I didn't have to have my change in reference to my environment be the catalyst of me trusting police. I should have trusted police anyway due to feeling like I could trust them. It's a human being behind the badge. But it seems like you're robots. If you want like a civilian's perspective, when I look at you guys, up until recently, when I looked at you guys, you seemed like robots. Like you broke the law, you're going, here are the penalties, press yes to affirm, take your receipt, right? That's what it seemed like,
Yeah.
And even though perception's a real funny thing, because no police officer has done anything to me to warrant it. But because that environment was fostered, I felt that way. When stuff like I would get caught out, I leave nothing in the tank when I go running and walking, so I couldn't walk back. Squad cars like, what are you doing out here? It's going to rain. Gave me a ride back to my house. And even though that extreme act of kindness, strangers wouldn't do that. Civilians wouldn't do that. This cop did that.
Right.
that extreme act of kindness, when ignored, and the environment, I still thought of cops as, they're robots, even though right there, this guy did, you know what I mean?
That and
yeah.
well, let me say this before you finish real quick, is because I want to. You're right. What happens? The job, it will turn you into that. You see a lot of that when people are detached from the community they're actually serving. When the officers are not attached to the community they're serving, they actually become more reserved. They actually pull away. They become desensitized. That is what people are seeing, and that translates in a lot of negative ways when you have officers that encounter a citizen. They're not in tune. They're not compassionate. They don't care. I've heard officers say things to citizens. I'm just like, damn, dude, like, oh, here's 5 tickets. I'm like, 5 tickets, bro? Like, really? Is it that serious? Man, nah, slow down. You know what I mean? That one ticket is good enough. It's just they just don't care, and so you have some officers that become dead inside. That flame, that desire to protect and serve ends up burning out because of the internal department politics, the drama, the outer politics, the stress, constantly being disrespected, constantly seeing so much wickedness in the world. I mean, it makes you numb, and that's not healthy. And those things need to be addressed because they do cause negative. It does create negative encounters with citizens, and each citizen is expecting you to be brand new when you see them, and that's not. You get what I'm saying? That's not that. As an officer, as an individual, it's on you to fix yourself and keep yourself glued together and attached to reality. And that's not that easy. It's not that I'm not making any excuses, but it's a very difficult job. And officers are doing a lot of things that they have no business doing, right? Like they're doing a lot of they're responding to a lot of social problems that a lot of other entities should be responsible for, should be invested in, to help communities that are disenfranchised and things like that. The officers are doing a lot of things, and they're burnt out, they're dragged out. And then you got to think about the officers that never really cared when they got into the job in the first place. The profession needs a lot of cleaning, man. But to your point, that type of detachment, it does come from being overused, worn out, not replenished, underpaid. I mean, the list goes on. It's supposed to be a very honorable profession. Some departments are better than others, but you do have some departments that are operating way below standards and way below the expectations and the requirements that are needed for a community to really, one, have respect for those officers, right? And so it could be sad, man. It could be very depressing, to be honest.
Well, I have a question. What percentage would you say of, let's say, your colleagues when you were on the force? What percentage would you say feel like policing is a thankless job, completely thankless? Like,
all of us do. I think the vast majority of us think it's. Well, we knew that going in, but I think, and I'm gonna bring, I got Mechee in the back. I'm gonna bring her up next because I know she's running around.
Yeah,
but
I want to sit back and watch. You have some.
Yeah. She's gonna.
Yeah,
I gotta tell Mechee take it easy on me. She'll be ready to. She's a little firecracker. But I'll say this: we all knew it was a thankless job. I knew it was a thankless job going in. The issue I had, though, I think what makes the job difficult is not being appreciated. I wasn't expecting to get paid a bunch. I don't really care about money like that. I wasn't expecting to get paid or nothing. I enjoyed helping people and serving people. I enjoyed catching criminals. I enjoyed bringing people to justice, right? So those are the things that I took pride in. I saved a lot of lives, right? A lot of lives, a lot of Black lives. I worked in the Black community. And so my thing is, what hurts is when you're doing all these things, you're risking your life, you're making these sacrifices just for somebody who doesn't know you or doesn't, simply because you wear the uniform, you get, they spit on you, right? And they don't know the whole story. They don't see. So it's discouraging. And what happens when the community doesn't respect their officers, the officers then don't respect the community, but the officers are still doing the job. There's this division that comes about from an unhealthy relationship. And a lot of times this comes from not only the historical setting of policing, right, but also from the modern current indoctrination of media, social media, and politics.
Yeah.
All those things play a part in how people perceive the police, to where we have children, right, who are throwing rocks and cursing out the police and doing the same cops that were probably there to save their life, but because they're caught up in that brainwashing. And so, because again, it'd be one thing if our community was trying to fight the problem strategically and saying, how about we raise up these officers that we want to be in here? How about we do the job and go into the profession and serve the community the way we see fit? No, we have a different outlook to where we don't want police at all. Some of us don't want them at all. They did a survey. I'm gonna say this in close. They did a survey within Black communities, and it was a really big survey. And they said 81% of Black people want to have the police, right? So this is the counter, the illusion that the media shows you that Black people don't. No, the Black community, there are people, criminals within our communities represent a very, very, very small percent. The majority of people in our community are hardworking, whether middle class, upper middle class, lower class, whatever class they're on. The majority of people, Black people, want the police around. There's a small few that don't, but somehow the small few have the loudest voice, But what I see, I go through our neighborhood and I see people mad that they're being terrorized by the 0.5%, and they want something done about it. Kids unruly, out of control, right? Drugs being sold, pushed through communities, and things of that nature and stuff like that. So I just say, I try my best to just bring balance to the conversation. And I think I acknowledge there's a problem, but I try to bring balance to the conversation because the media has done a very, 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 very man, right? They these guys are like warlocks, man. They warlocks, word wizards, man. So
Media,
you have a channel? You got a channel, dude? You got a channel with you?
Yeah, Brotep the N-word nerd. Same as my name, man.
Yeah. I'm about to look you up. What do you talk about on your channel, man?
Well, mostly geek stuff. I lean more towards the right though, so I don't know if that will be what you're into.
It don't matter, man. I just focus on what the truth is. Try to stick to that.
Good.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right, left, it don't matter. At the end of the day, what's the reality?
What's true? Yeah.
So,
but yeah, man. So I'm gonna hang back and I'm gonna watch you do what you do, man.
That's what's up, man. Yeah. So shout out to the channel again, man. Let us go check you out. I'm gonna look you up real quick, man. See what you got going on.
Thanks. Yeah. For anyone watching, Brotep the N-word nerd. I have content coming soon. Basically, there'll be some comedy stuff. I'm into comics, video games, movies, basically pop culture stuff, but seen through the lens of a Black empowerment analysis. So, what can Black people learn from Cobra Kai? What can Black people learn from Star Wars? What can Black people that kind of thing? Yeah.
Bet. Hey, drop it in the private chat, man, so I can post it, man. I appreciate you coming up and thank you for being a part of the channel. Appreciate it.
Cool.
All right,
man.
Brotep. Mechee, sorry. How you?
It's fine.
How you doing, love? What you up to?
I'm good. I did not come up here to cuss you out. Look, talking about I don't know if when do I ever talk to you crazy? Come on. So look, I might not agree with you, but I'm always respect you. You know what I'm saying? So
no, fact.
I don't even have any disagreement with nothing, you saying about the situation with the lady. I guess I wanted to come up because I just wanted to clarify for some of the people in the chat. Somebody has said that they can't, people like me get on their nerves, because I just want to focus on the police like we don't have black on black crime. So I would just like to make a point about a couple of things, and I want to clarify with some, some depth to what I said. You can only express so much, in the chat.
True.
And so, first of all, I want to say I don't like the term black on black crime. I wish that we would all stop using that. And the reason why is because if you don't call it what it is, then you can't get to the root of the problem. And it's not black on black crime because that means you're equating the crime that we commit to our DNA. So because you're black, this is why you're doing this. When the truth is, crime is crime. If we're going to say that, then that should be white on white crime, Asian on Asian crime, right? So I think that we need to first stop using that term because words are very powerful and nobody else defines their crime in their community by their race. Because if you go to white communities, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, Nathan, when you're going out to white communities where they're predominantly white or another race, when you're going out there for calls and crimes are being committed, are they not being committed by those white people?
It's true.
Okay.
Proximity. Yeah.
Okay. So I first want to say that. Okay. To the person's comment. The next thing I wanted to say is that I agree that there is crime in our community. I don't want to get into the depths of why that is, but there's plenty of crime in the inner cities and in the impoverished ghettos. Let's call it that, because it ain't just black communities. The fact is that black people feel those communities more than anybody else, but these are called the inner cities and the impoverished ghettos, right? And so crime does happen there a lot. And so that is one thing. But my remark is that police brutality is another thing. And what I don't like is when we continue to mix the two conversations, right? And what I mean by that is that one does not null and void the other. When you are dealing with criminals, criminals act the way criminals act. How do you compare criminals to people who have taken an oath to uphold the law? Those are two different completely situations. You expect criminals to do what they're doing. That's why we call them criminals. You do not expect police to do what they're doing when they abuse their authority, they brutalize, they overstep their bounds, or they do these things to people because of race, because FBI, you covered a show. And there is a truth to the fact that white supremacist groups and white supremacists are racist against everybody. If you ain't white, they don't like you. If you Mexican, if you Puerto Rican, whatever you are, they hate everybody if you ain't white, right? And they have infiltrated the police force. So you deal with all these dynamics. And so you don't get to say, oh, we commit all this black on black crime, so stop talking about the police. Two are two separate issues. And I just wish people would discuss them in that manner and stop bringing up one to null and void the other. So that is the point that I was making. I would lastly like to say to the people in the chat that claim I get on their nerves because people like me only want to talk about the police. I will have y'all know, if we're going to talk about anything with social media, let's talk about the fact that they lie to you in all ways, just like they don't share with you that black people are doing plenty of positive work in the community as well. They hide those things because I actually don't just talk about police brutality. I actually talk about the crime we commit in our community as well. Not only do I talk about it, I actually do something about it. There are organizations that I work with every day of brothers where we do go to do protests. We do march for the crime in our communities, but nobody is covering that. Okay. I know brothers that have sat on the corner waiting to catch people who have hurt women and children. Their name is New Era World, if you would like to look them up. They're in 16 cities. And so we do these things to try and protect our communities. I have watched them catch the black criminal and turn them in. Okay. So these organizations and these brothers, I've watched them save sisters from sex trafficking because the police aren't doing their job. I have watched them stay at an old woman's house because somebody kept riding by, shooting her house up. They spent 3 nights to catch him. They have a street code that says you cannot sell drugs to our women and our children. You can't harm our women, or we will make you publicly enemy number one. So what I'm saying in all of that is that just because you think, for those of us that speak on police brutality, when these things come up, because that's what they put in the news, and as commentators, we're going to give you our understanding, or even activists, of what's going on. The crazy thing is, when I post the other side of it, y'all don't come watch that. So I would like Elaine, or whatever the hell your name is in the chat, to understand you don't even know what you're talking about when you're talking to me. So this is why I came up here to clarify what I was saying. It was too deep to write in some sentences, so I had to get out the chat.
No, shout out to you, Mechee X, and my moderators, if you could drop her link, you guys. Mechee, I follow you. I enjoy your content. I don't disagree with what you said at all, and you have pointed some things out to me that I've said, and I'm also here to learn, you guys, and this is for everybody to hear. I'm not above correction. I'm not here to be right. I'm here to be accurate. I say it all the time. From the lens of law enforcement to people who don't have that line of experience, to just give what I can to help the problem the best that I can. I'm not perfect. I don't know everything, but there's a lot that I have to offer. And there have been things that Mechee has called me out on, and she's explained it, and I'm like, okay, yeah, you're absolutely correct. And she's right about the comparisons. I do agree with that. And comparisons in reference to police brutality and then crime happening within the Black community, within inner cities and things of that nature. And I do agree with, I think that calling it Black on Black crime, I hate even using the word Black, to be honest. And I know we use it out of just kind of to make reference or whatever, but to your point, words are so powerful, and so we've gotten so conditioned in even calling ourselves Black when we're actually brown, melanated, powerful individuals, right? So it's very divisive at the end of the day. I mean, it's a lot of work. A lot of work needs to be done. But what's the name? If you could send me if you have a link to the website of I always keep forgetting
it's New Era World.work.
NewEraWorld.work. I want to share it with everybody, because I will say this one thing that I have noticed, especially within our community, is that when the men get together on a purpose and start getting work done inside the community, we start seeing a change. And I talk about this group all the time, Dads on Duty, and I think we talked about this before. And Dads on Duty is this nonprofit. I think they're like a nonprofit organization. Retired fathers got together, Black fathers, and they started going into schools, high schools and middle schools, and volunteering their time. And they've watched, a lot of a decrease in fighting, decrease in, just any type of crime or tardiness, kids skipping. You just saw a decrease in a lot of like deviant behavior that takes place in schools. And their job was to replace, involvement of law enforcement within the schools, and it's had a huge impact. And so it's like it does matter, man. Seeing people come together, volunteer. We are going to be responsible for fixing our own community, and I think that's the onus is going to be on us. The government's not going to do it. They're not qualified. No, I don't think they really care or want to invest the money in it. I don't think they see benefit in it. And all of it's going to fall on us to really fix these issues.
Well, it benefits them to not fix our communities.
Correct.
So, and see, that's part of why I say we shouldn't call it Black on Black crime, because if you call it crime, then we begin to look at what creates this crime. When you say Black on Black crime, you've already told me that what creates the crime is your Blackness.
It's Blackness.
If you just call it crime, now we can say, well, why do we have crime? Maybe it's because this community is impoverished. Maybe it's because there's liquor stores on every corner. Maybe it's because the people out here are uneducated, because we give them a lack of education in the schools. Maybe it's because, their schools have been shut down in the inner city because 150 of them, they done shut off the water, and they spend $250,000 a month on bottled water because it's too much lead. But these kids been washing their hands in this lead all the time. So all of these factors take place. And if you call it crime, then you can begin to say to me, well, what causes the crime? If you say to me, it's black on black crime, what you're essentially saying is the blackness causes the crime. You never gonna get to the root blaming it on somebody's race.
And this is very true. This is very true. And this is why we got shout out to Brotep. He said he want to look. He said on Mechee's page right now. I'm glad I came here tonight. Never heard of her till now. Great content. Listen, brother, you done changed his brother's life that quick. Shout out to Brotep. Listen, bro, you got a lot of videos to watch.
No, they gone. No, you know how they do me.
You over there?
It's only a couple of videos up there, and them about to be gone too. You know how they be playing me. The haters be looking for old videos of me saying something I could get violated, and so so that you know what? Like I said, I tell my people I don't have a Patreon. I don't have no membership to my channel. You know what I got? I got my own network I pay for. And so if y'all want to come to my backup page, it's called MX Network on Roku, Fire TV. Like that's our network. And so it is what it is. If people want to hear the real raw content of telling the truth, they're going to have to come over there and see it. And that's just what it is because I get silenced too much on YouTube. So I would tell you, people looking at my channel now, it's probably about 400 videos missing. But those 400 videos are on my network, not YouTube, but on my network. So
shout out to you. And, and thank you for doing the work. A lot of people, again, you said something that was real solid that that doesn't get spoken enough is that when people are actually doing the real work, real stuff, the media does not cover it. The media doesn't cover it, man. They don't want to cover anything that's going to remotely go against their narrative of making Black people look like clowns. And so anytime we're doing something impactful or doing something meaningful, it just seems like they really don't, especially if it's going against the narrative of violence and things like that. It doesn't get attention like that. And it's sad, it's unfortunate, but I appreciate the work that you're doing and your network as well. Just keeping everything honest. I love it. Love it. So, I just got back, so we gotta put something. I know you're running around too.
I know. That's why I'm gonna just be quiet. Look, I could have said something else, but that lead to 50 other conversations. But I'm gonna keep it because we gotta have an interview. I'm next week. I'm ready. I'll be back on Monday.
Yeah. All right. We'll talk about it. I appreciate you always, my dear. Thank you for always coming up. You are my. I always say you're my. Well, we dynamic duo.
Right, look what they told me in my chat. I told them you was quickly becoming my best friend, Nathan, and my folks was like, I love him. They was like, well, I respect him, but I don't like him.
That's what's up. Well, I appreciate they come over, they give me a little push. I see them in the comments every now and then. They be like, I understand what you're saying, but I still don't like the way. All right.
But my people not no punks, and they know I tell it like it is. So I would say that if I'm like Nathan cool, they be like, well, wait a minute, Mechee, all right. So maybe I'm missing something.
Let me just, a couple of them came over from the Brandon Tatum video, and they had some great comments. I think the problem is the policing. The profession has done a lot of damage, right? Let's just be real, right?
Mm-hmm.
The profession has done a lot of damage since the beginning of time. That's a fact. And though there's been growth, there's some departments, and I know this for a fact, 100%, that they don't care. They don't care. They operate like they're their own country. They're their own government within a government, and so a lot needs to change, man. It just is what it is. And the people are the only ones who can do it. But some police departments have set themselves up like dictators. That's a fact. And you can't tell them nothing. They're tyrannical in nature. They do what they want to do. They answer to themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And once you have power, who's trying to give that up? And so, but again, this country has to get back into the place where the people have the power over the government and the government not the power of the people. So
Yeah, and that's why I agree with you on reform, because that's the only way that's going to get rid of some, not
Yes.
all of those things that cause people to come into policing and other roles. I'll say to your audience, because even the person Elaine, she was like, "Yeah, I watched your channel. You still a loudmouth." So let me this loudmouth tell y'all real quietly that
And
y'all
save
should go
y'all.
on YouTube and they should Google they should YouTube the Stanford prison experiment. And the reason they
Mm,
should go look at that, yeah, because I'm loud, but I ain't stupid. I don't know about you, Elaine, because you in the chat. I don't know if you're doing anything for the community. But if you go look up the Stanford Prison Experiment, it will actually give you
yes.
an understanding of why when people get into the position of policing. I mean, of course, it's based on a correctional facility and locking people up, but it's the same thing of being in a position of power over people,
Power.
how
Yeah.
that affects people, and
Yes.
then how there takes this affect the people that are around them. So, for example, the officer that's
Well,
abusing
wait.
power and he's riding with a rookie, this
Right.
rookie is going to probably take on his ways of
Yes.
abuse more than anything else, and so it's a good experiment to go watch. They actually had to stop it after a couple of days because it became really abusive, but you would be amazed to watch how quickly these participants really act like prisoners when they could have been like, man, get out my face and I could go home. None of them thought they could leave, and they really played into it. And the way the other students took advantage of their power, it says something about the psyche and how people can misuse that, right? So y'all should go watch that.
Let me ask you this real quick, Michi, because my thing is every person was not designed or has the capability, the mental fortitude to actually handle or wield power. It's not for everybody. Everybody shouldn't
Right.
have access to it. Policing is a profession where it's power given away willy-nilly. Anybody and your mama can get it, your crazy uncle, right? Pookie and them can get it if they can write, pass the test, and talk and do a cartwheel. So when I look at the Stanford experiment, you're absolutely correct. It really exposes human nature, right? When you have people who aren't strong enough to wield power, and this is in any dynamic, whether it's just a person with wealth or it's a person who's a doctor, right? It's something about a person who feels like they have authority over someone beneath them. A lot of people on average cannot handle that. So the question would be, and this is one of the things that I think about a lot when I'm coming up with reform policies for policing. In your personal opinion, though, because I have, and maybe we probably should save this for the interview, but I'm just really curious. Power comes with the position.
Yeah.
Is there a way to where you can how do you not give police power? They need power to do their job, but we know power corrupts. So how do you keep a person from being corrupted from the power they need to say do their job?
But power doesn't corrupt everybody. So I think there are some
True.
things that we can definitely do. And I
Mm,
think then after you do certain things, like for example, we both agree that somebody should not be a police officer, or even in a position of any type of power, I feel, until of great power, that they should be at least 25 or older, because psychologically their reasoning is developed, so they're not running on emotions to where they're doing something because somebody done made them upset, or their biases. They're
right.
thinking more rational at that point. They've lived more life. I also think that they should be required college degrees. And one of the reasons why I believe college degrees is because if you spend 4 years on a college campus, you may be sheltered in one kind of a community all your life and only know what you know about races through TV. So let's talk about white people and how they're conditioned, since people think I only talk about black folks. So if white kid is living in the suburbs, they've never really had any interaction with many black people. They watch TV. We already
Right.
can agree all they do is project the negative stuff.
Yeah.
And so they don't know anything about black people. So then you become a police officer and you roll into the ghetto. You only know what you know on TV, and everybody is a thug. All the women is prostitutes, and they all crazy, and they're gonna get you if you don't get them first. And
Right.
so that's what I mean by that. If you go to college, you're going to sit next to people from all walks of life. You might roommate with a black boy for the first time. You're going to see the basketball team, and you're going to get to meet different people from everywhere, and you begin to socialize. Socialization is a big thing that we don't think about in life when we place ourselves and our children in positions to learn how to grow in society. So becoming cultured and traveling, or putting them in a position where they learn more, I think college should be mandatory. You should be 25 25 years old. You should have to have a college degree. Of course, they would have to pay more. And of course, I think that officers just should have simple checks. You know how many officers are on the force and later they'll tell you, oh, they're in these Facebook groups or they put racist stuff on their Facebook page? Like, you could go to get a job as a telemarketer, and if you have a Facebook page, they're asking for your social media. You know what I'm saying? So why y'all ain't even just checking the social medias of these police officers? It's just simple stuff they don't do. It's a lot of checks and balances after that. So I think once somebody is in a position where you can do the best, you can never have 100% of anything in a system like we have, right? And so you can do the best you can do, but then that's where checks and balances come in. You don't just make people police officers and not train them, but also in their training, do you evaluate their mental evaluation? Y'all got to shoot somebody for somebody looks at your mental situation. Like, how many officers are on the force who might be bipolar, who might have all of these issues, and nobody's ever given them a psychological evaluation? I think y'all should have psychological evaluations before you could be an officer.
Well, we do have that, but it's easy to circumvent around that, right? Like, even after my accident, I had to go and see a therapist. After my shooting, of course, I had to see a therapist. So, but it's ways around that. I mean, people can fake it, right? So I think, to your point though, I think there's not enough oversight over policing. I think we can all agree on that.
Yes.
I think it's too much power, not enough oversight. I think that's the problem with government, period. That, again, there is a why don't people want transparency? Because there's shit they doing that they got no business doing, right? Because if it's not an issue, then you'd have the doors wide open. Any police department that makes it difficult to be transparent, it's a problem. Like, it's just, there's really no way around it. Like, if you are avoiding transparency, you're an issue, you're part of the problem. We know what it is at this point in this stage in the game. Doors should be wide open in police departments. And so it's just that people want to try and preserve as much power and freedom. They look at freedom as power, which it is, but again, where you cannot see, corruption can form. And at the end of the day, that's what we want to get rid of. And so
they should be stricter, too.
I agree.
Police should be the type of job that there are certain things that are just not accepted. And if you get fired from one department for misconduct, you shouldn't be able to be hired at another,
Correct.
Those things should stand.
Correct.
And I think those are the type of things that will weed out the bad people.
Agreed.
Also, I want to say too, somebody was saying about the college degrees and you don't need them to be cops. So let me be clear. I know that socializing is one thing, but another reason why I think that police officers should be required to get degrees is because when you go to school to get a degree, a bachelor's degree especially, you have to take a whole lot of classes, which are your main course classes you have to take, where you have to learn psychology, sociology, psychology. So what happens is you also will learn a little bit more about abnormal psych, right? You're going to automatically learn about disorders that people have and how you can kind of deal with those things. So you're going to learn, like, when y'all go to the academy, tell me if I'm wrong, but like, do y'all learn all of do y'all have constitutional law, substantive law, procedural law? Do y'all take criminal justice 1-on-1? Do you have to take psychology? Do you learn these things?
No. Well, what happens is the problem is you get a very brief, like, introduction into these things. One could say you might be exposed to it, but you're not trained in it, and that's a problem. So there's more emphasis on the physical aspect of policing, as there's not enough training. There's not enough education on the law, period. There's no officer in this country can tell me this. I have one of the longest police departments. We were 6 months in. We did damn near 6 months. There's no other police department that is training. When I started, that was going that long. Cats were in like 2 to 3 months and they were out with a badge and a gun. I didn't even understand the law as strongly as I do now when I first started. I was probably 2-3 years in before I started grasping a better understanding on the law and procedures. We're not taught. right? Like
Right.
that's
I've
the
had
law.
officers, I've dealt with officers who know less of the law than me, and I'm not a
Yeah.
police. You know, but
Yep.
I mean, in all fairness, I
Problem.
do have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, but this is my point.
That's the point.
You know,
Yeah.
in saying that, let me tell you something I learned in constitutional law, and I can't even, forgive me, it's late, think of the case study, but I learned in constitutional law about the case that says you can't shoot somebody in their back when they fleeing. It was a case with a teenage boy, I think he was 16 or 17 years old.
Mhm.
He was coming from a house where they thought somebody was burglarizing. When they got
That's
there, he
correct.
wasn't in the house, but they saw him hopping over the fence. He was
Right.
running down the alley. They shot him in his back. And
Mhm.
when they caught up with him, they don't know if he was the one in the house, but he had no weapon or nothing, and they killed him. So there was a case law made that says you can't go around just shooting people in their back. So how
Correct.
many officers, if they took constitutional law, would that sink in their mind when they get ready to shoot somebody in their damn back? So this is what I mean, that having that education is going to make them be more accountable for the laws and the rules. They'll have more knowledge, and you will have a lot more knowledge with dealing even with people with mental disorders, because y'all are oftentimes the first ones to show up. But y'all don't know the first thing about what somebody having a psychotic break or having a moment where they're hallucinating. Y'all don't even understand how to deal with that. College would teach you some of that.
I think, and again, that is case law. I can't remember the name of it, but yeah, that case law was actually is what's constantly taught in policing, because that actually created that established the guidelines to shooting a fleeing felon, right?
Yeah.
And so the guidelines is that a person who is not a threat to you, not a danger to you, cannot shoot them in the back. Absolutely not. And so they did establish what the guidelines were, because just because a person is running from you does not mean they are not a threat, but they still have to be able to pose a threat to you, either creating, great bodily harm or death to someone else or to the officers. And that is the only exception in shooting a person in the back. And so what ends up happening and you already know this, that you will have officers that will use that. We've seen it recently with the Jalen Walker situation, where officers can get away with it, right? Granted,
But
innocent.
even you said in that one, the way that he kind of turned around, they may have thought that he was going to do something, and they believed he had a gun in the car. So I would even take it back to another case, and I would say Michael Brown. Hands up, shot in the back, didn't have a weapon. You see what I'm saying? Let's even take it back to that one. I didn't even understand how that was allowed to go down even the way it was, because to me that was a clear case of violation of that case law we're talking about. That was a clear one.
Well, you said Mike Brown, that was the one from Ferguson, right?
Yes, where he didn't have no weapon. He walked away from the police car, and he shot him in his back. It was clear he had no weapon.
See, the thing, that the Mike Brown case, that's a long conversation. But I'll say
Right. We don't gotta go.
I would say this with that. It's a slippery slope when we talk about citizens who are unarmed and then are shot by the police. I understand why it happens. I don't agree on every situation as why it happens, but I've been in situations personally where a person did not have a weapon and yet they still posed a threat to me. Now, the issue though is this. I like the Jalen Walker situation because the problem is the officers all believed he was armed, even though he wasn't armed in that moment when they shot him. And they are saying that his movements and the way he turned in front of them gave the impression that he was drawing a weapon. He took a shooting stance, is what they are saying, right? And we know these things still have to be investigated and have to come out in court, so forth and so on. Cool. But that is me personally, even this is why I'm so strong about the Breonna Taylor situation, is I'm big on officers identifying. You have to do your best to identify the threat, identify the weapon before you shoot. But what ends up happening in these situations get chaotic is because it's dark. You can't really see, the movements are erratic. you then incorporate the fear and all the issues
Yeah,
going
yeah.
on.
And
You know what I'm saying? And
I
so,
will say that I get that. I mean, officers are put in those positions. And that's why I guess
right,
I said the Michael Brown case, because I think you can bring all of those things up in the Jalen one. And Michael Brown,
right,
it was daylight. He had
true,
already kind of was at
true,
the car talking, junk,
true.
swung on the officer, whatever, walked away. So he
This
knew.
is
So
true.
I'm just saying, if we're gonna
I
reach for a case law case, I think that we can look at Michael Brown, I think, because with Jalen, you can argue all those things you just argued. That's why I said
true.
Michael Brown.
I agree.
If
I
we're gonna
agree.
weigh the two cases out, right?
I agree.
So
I agree.
yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
No, well said. And I think I think a good point, Noel. How about this? Well, the Patrick Leola, I think, is a good example. Though he had the taser, the situation, the issue I have with him, the officer in that case, is that the officer was poorly trained, couldn't do his job properly. He wasn't able to apprehend a unarmed person who was not actively resisting. He was passively resisting, and after all of that, he felt the need to shoot him in the head. Right, and so there's no justification for that. Though the law, there's a way for him to justify it, though, right? Do you get what I'm saying? The law still gives officers
But and
room
that's
to
where the anger
maneuver.
comes from, I think,
I
from
agree.
the black community. Because let me tell you something. This is another reason why I hate comparing black on black crime with the police. Because when we commit crimes, you know what happens to us? We go to jail.
Mhm.
Okay, they come get us and we go into jail. So when
Right.
the police do this stuff, and they have so many ways that even when they are wrong, you can't explain away every situation. Some
They
of
be
them are
pretty
just
good
what
at it.
they are. And
Yeah.
so, and it's some bullshit. They racist, or they're
Sometimes.
undertrained, or they don't care, or they narcissists, or they white
Mhm.
supremacists. Whatever it is, those cases exist, right? And so, and when those things happen and then they're able to get away with it, it's like, wow, y'all commit crimes and never pay for your crime. That's the frustration. Because when Pookie and Ray Ray is shooting up the hood, when they catch them, Pookie and Ray Ray going to jail for the rest of their life. Let's stop playing. But Officer Whoopty Wham is going to shoot somebody in this prison, in this precinct, and then he gonna go right over to the next precinct, Tamir Rice, and go and get him another job. And when it's clear that he is not equipped to have this job. And so that becomes the frustration. I think when we compare the two, that's
Yeah.
the thing. Stop comparing it, because criminals go to jail. Police officers commit crimes and they're never called the criminals they are.
I think I will agree. I'll give a little pushback and say that the difference, though, is that we're talking about a profession.
Mm-hmm.
So because it's a profession, it's a job, it has to be examined differently. But I will say this,
Crime
though.
is a profession. It's plenty of people's jobs.
Facts. That's true. That's true.
It's called
I-
organized
I-
crime.
yeah. You know what happens is what ends up happening is that officers do have a lot of leeway. They do. I mean, because the job is law enforcing, and then a part of that job is using force and sometimes deadly force. So they have to examine to ensure that the force is justifiably reasonable. To your point, though, there have been cases where officers have abused the force to a point where it was criminal, and then they were able to make excuses to circumvent around punishment. And that is what I agree is also part of the problem. And I also agree with you. And a lot of times it's officers who aren't doing their job properly. They were lazy, sometimes just grossly negligent or flat out criminal. And they have been able to use certain talking points to defend their actions. And I agree with you. That's what a lot of people don't like. I don't like that either. It's one of the issues I have with the Breonna Taylor situation. As we know, that was all fucked up from top to bottom. And so I have a lot of issues with that. And I still fight people and other officers over that to this day about that case. And it's so funny now that all this stuff is just now starting to come out. And I've been saying how corrupt those officers were, or who or how many officers that are involved behind that, said everything about that was wrong. And so, but one day people are going to look back at my videos and be like, he was before his time. You know what I mean?
You know what though? That's that dial test syndrome. And go watch that study too, y'all. That's that dial test syndrome, right? And so what happens is, White is right. They ice is colder, they water is wetter. And so you can't tell us nothing. We gotta wait for Vice. We need Vlad ass. We need the news. We need them folks to say it happened. And once they say it, we will believe it. We need a Jane
Right.
Elliott. Because when black people speak, nobody wants to hear us. But let a white folks say this corrupt. Now they like, see,
Right.
we've been saying this. We have a brother named Kendrick. He worked on the case and tried to bring all this information for it. Now, don't get me wrong, he kind of cuckoo, so it makes it hard for people to listen to him, right? Sometimes. but he's brought evidence and he talked about these officers and how what they did to Breonna, they've been doing to everybody in that town, but nobody wanted to listen. But now that he had recordings, he had proof, he been screaming from the top of his lungs, interviews, going to live places and jumping in people's camera. Nobody wanted to listen to this black man. But now, because white media said it, now we're all like, oh, see? So, that's that dial test syndrome.
Man.
Y'all go watch that and find out how you learn to hate yourself or you even know how to count.
Woo! Listen, bring that brother over here. I'll holler at him. Set him up. Bring him up. I'll talk. I'll give him space at time. I mean, listen.
He be stressing me out. You go talk to him. He be stressing. That's what he stresses me out, Nathan.
When Vox dropped that video about what was that, the Kentucky Police Department, or I can't remember the name of the police, the one with Breonna Taylor, but Louisville Police Department, and they were interviewing people who had their drugs stolen and money stolen. Now the problem is, the reason why these corrupt officers exist is because drug dealers can't tell on themselves. It's the perfect scheme, right? So as a drug dealer, what are you going to say? Hey, the officer took, know what I mean? 3 pounds, he took an ounce.
Because even if you get arrested, what you gonna do? Claim more time? It wasn't 2 pounds. It was actually 10 of them,
That's right.
and I had, 50,000 under the mattress in drug money. Like, they're not gonna say that. You're right.
Absolutely. I had a case one time. I'm gonna say this in closing. It's sad, but it's crazy. I had a case where a drug dealer was shot and he was in the passenger seat of the car. They were doing their deal inside the car at the gas station, and they robbed him, shot him behind the seat. So the dude, I can't even remember, but the guy was behind him in the passenger seat. He shot through the passenger seat and shot him it hit him in his lower back and then one in his buttocks, right? So when I showed up, he's on the ground, he's just bleeding. He's like, man, they got me. Now, mind you, this brother, Rolex, clean outfit, shoes. This is back when people was wearing Jabot jeans and stuff. It was like $200, $300 pair of jeans back then. But anyways, I don't even think they sell Jabot anymore.
I had one pair.
Yeah. I had no pair. This was expensive. So he was shot. He was shot twice, and they pushed him out of the car, right? And so he lived. But I'm talking to him, and his story's just not making sense. And I'm like, bro, what happened? Yeah, they got me, man. I said, well, what would they steal? Because I'm seeing you still got your jewelry on. You still got your wallet. You still got the Rolex. You got this. And I'm trying to, what'd they take from you? Now I can smell the weed on them. And I knew what it was. And eventually he was like, all right, man, listen, officer, man, they got me, bro. I said, what you mean they got me? Man, they got my stuff. I said, what stuff you talking about, man? The stuff, bro. You know what I'm talking about. I said, they got stuff like that. Yeah, he didn't want to tell it, and this is before we didn't have cameras back then. There was no cameras yet. And so I just laughed. I'm like, man, I said, bro, what? They robbed you? He said, yeah, man, they got me. He said, bro, I know where them niggas stay at. So let me give you the information. He was ready because he's like, man, they weren't supposed to rob me. I've only had 2 cases where drug dealers have actually called the police and reported the robber. Like, they knew him. Why? Because it was like, this is my homeboy set me up. And what the criminals think that you're not going to tell on me because you're a drug dealer too,
right?
But nah, some of them brothers be like, nah, hell with the streets, bro.
Just like the women robbed the men and they set them up. They think they finna get some. They like, well, he thought he was finna get a prostitute. He ain't tell him I robbed him for 10 G's out his wallet.
Yes, listen, I've had those too.
Yeah, they call the police. Yes, they do.
Yeah, and I had a guy, he thought he was gonna get him a little menage a trois, right? At the club, he was throwing all the money. The sister was like, oh, I'll go home. I'll go with you. Where you going? To this hotel. One took him and finessed him in the bathroom, loving up on him. And the one in the bedroom, guess what she did? She opened up the hotel door and she walked out, and the little Goonies came in, robbed him, took everything. And he telling me as I'm interviewing him, because they took his wedding ring. Hey, Officer Daley, can you when my wife shows up to pick me up, can you just tell her I got robbed at the gas station? I was like, yeah, I got you, bro. I got you. Wife show, oh my God. Oh, Tyrone, are you okay? I see Tyrone thought he was gonna get two women that he met at the club, and they robbed his ass in the hotel, man. Just let you know, you need to go and get checked. You know, dirty dick Tyrone out here, get you hemmed up out here in these streets. Why? Because again, at the end of the day, I can't respect no man who does that. You know what I mean? I'm gonna tell it real. You did all that. Now you calling your wife to come save you after you put yourself in that type of, man, please. But anyways, you know, I got stories for days. But yeah, I've seen it all. I've seen women who set guys up. You know, shout out to Cardi B. You know, they've been shot. You know, they've been shot. They've been shot. And in the midst of doing the lick, you know, doing that same thing, trying to set men up, and dude got a gun and they get in a shootout, and the stripper gets caught in the crossfire, right? She gets shot. And I'm interviewing her at the hospital, and I'm looking at her and just thinking like, you're an idiot, you know? So it's hard out here for some of these, but it's nasty out here, Mechee. It's nasty.
I can imagine y'all as an officer, you done had some days where you just go home. Like today was a crazy ass day.
Man.
With some funny shit.
Funny, crazy. But to your point and what the gentleman said earlier who was up here, it will make you harden. It will desensitize you. And it does. You see so much negativity, man, especially where I worked at. Every day, Mechee, I was drawing my gun on people. Every single day. I was almost once a week I was in a foot chase. You know, it just, you know, and it can desensitize you, and it takes you away from that protect and loving, serve, hand out cupcakes and Skittles. So when people say that, it's like, it's not that easy. You know, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, though.
Well, I would like to give you another comparison. I completely understand that. And I want you to know that for those of us in the Black community that are not police officers, I want you to know that the ghetto and the things we go through, it beat us down. And so this is why some of us are so hard. And this is why some of our kids are the way they are. And this is why a lot of our women are the way they are. Because you're right, day after day, dealing with the same stuff. Our communities are like war zones. And you deal with the stuff you deal with, and you see the stuff you see. It hardens our people too. So I would just take all of the people who want to say, well, why Black women like this? Or why Black men like this? Or look at them disrespectful kids. Like, our community has become hardened in the same way. At least when you clocked out, you could get off and go home. When you live in the turmoil, you begin to function in dysfunction. That becomes your normal. And so, you know, just keep that in mind. That's why a lot of people get angry with you sometimes, you know, but they just hardened, you know, they go through a lot. So remember that, and don't take it personal when they be trying to cuss you out and everything.
No, I know. It's all love, you know. At the end of the day, it'd be like family fighting, you know, but at the end of the day, it's like we just want to see our community better, treated better, respected, and even respecting one another, you know, at the end of the day. But it is hard. It is hard. I'm grateful for the people who want to do the work, whether in uniform or out of the uniform. But it's something that we all have to contribute, right? No, everybody has to contribute in some way, some form or fashion, even if it's stop committing crime in your neighborhood, right? Like, contribute somehow, you know. But do it somewhere else. You know, I mean, there's plenty of. But hey, let me not say
look at you.
They know the
Everybody
crime.
go to the white neighborhood. Y'all heard it here first.
I didn't say that. Stop robbing your people. So, Mechee, thank you so much, love, for coming by. You know, it's always fun having you around.
Absolutely. So thank you for having me up. And I just want to let Miss Elaine know in the chat. She seemed to be really bothered by me, but I just want her to get used to me, because, baby girl, I'm not going nowhere. Whenever Nathan go live, I'm gonna be here. In a minute, I'm gonna ask for a wrench. So you just to get used to it, girl. I'm not going nowhere. Okay, I'm gonna be over here every live. How about that?
Mechee ain't going nowhere,
even
y'all.
when I'm on my flight, because I pay for Wi-Fi on the flight, so I'm gonna be, even if I'm on a plane, girl, I'm gonna be here. So you might as well just get used to it. You know, we could do this. We do this thing in the hood, Elaine. It's like we ain't friends, but we ain't gotta be. So when you see me and I see you, just don't say nothing to me, sis. But I ain't going nowhere. So I'm sorry you don't like me, but you're gonna see me on this channel all the time too. What?
Mechee here to stay, y'all. Y'all gotta love it, y'all. Mechee here to stay. She like that stepchild that show up at the house you can't get rid of. Yeah.
But anyway, thank you, Nathan. You have a good night, everybody
You
in
too,
this
love.
chat. I will talk to you later.
All right, my dear. Have a good night.
All right, good night.
All right. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Mechee said, I ain't going nowhere. She here to stay, y'all. Y'all gotta learn to love her. You gotta learn to love her. I'll be saying me and Mechee, we two sides of the same coin, right? Shout out to Brandon Tatum. That was a great interview. Man, you guys, we're gonna shut it down. This 4 hours. Crazy. Man, this was a good stream, you guys. Why? We got a lot of people sign up tonight for the membership. So much good. Such a good conversation tonight. I really appreciate everybody. Even those who disagree, right? I still appreciate you guys. Sometimes I poke fun here and there, but at the end of the day, you guys, the whole idea is I really just want to try to provide some information. And sometimes people get in the way, they're collateral damage. But the reality is I really want to provide a different insight. We have to be careful of allowing our emotions to dictate our behaviors, our feelings, and things like that. And we kind of lose sight. At the end of the day, because I want you guys to be safe when you encounter the police. And I want you to have a very well-rounded view of situations before we pass judgment. And shout out to my moderator right here tonight, Miss Ed. She's always holding it down. You guys, please check out Mechee's network. Please email her if you have any questions. Take a look at her channel and check out her social media. You guys, great content. She's like, they try to keep censoring her and blocking her videos. She just opened up her own network and just start posting her own stuff. When you own it, you control it. There's power in ownership, you guys. So there's power in taking the lead, taking charge. That's what's needed to fix a lot of issues. We got to step up. So I love it, you guys. A lot of people don't realize I love everybody. I love everybody. I support everybody. I support positive people. I don't care what your skin color is. I am pro people. As long as you're a good person, you got a good heart, you have good intentions. I can deal with you. So I don't like the division and all that kind of stuff. So So great conversation. Did I miss anything tonight? Did I miss any questions? I did miss these 2 super chats. Psych, I didn't miss them. But Michelle Anderson says, truly appreciate you breaking down proactive policing, even being raised in a Leo family. Shout out to you. I forget the importance of the balance. Yes, we need to partner for balance in those efforts with our officers. Absolutely. The balance is so important. And it's so easy, man, to be off balance because we're getting, as officers, we get ran through the mud constantly, A lot needs to change in the profession. I think better quality people doing the job, better training, and then treating the officers respectfully within inside the department, making sure they have the tools and the resources they need to do the job. You'll see a difference. You'll absolutely see a difference. And like Mechee said, the transparency and strict guidelines, holding officers accountable, you will start to weed out a lot of the bad apples because they won't be able to survive. You'll end up choking them out. So there's things that need to, and you won't get rid of all of it, but honestly, it needs to be reduced. There's issues with the use of force in some places that needs to be, I think, can be reduced as well. I think the shootings can be reduced as well. There are shootings that, to me, I'm just like, I see why you did it, but you didn't have to do it, right? Those things can be reduced. I think we do too much. Everything is excessive in this country, but again, it takes something to fix something. You got to fix something to fix something to fix something. And a lot of people don't want to fix nothing. And so if you don't fix nothing, nothing gets fixed, right? So it's one of those things like a domino effect. People are like, oh, the prison population is too big. Okay, well, you got to fix something to fix that. But before that gets fixed, you got to fix this over here. And to fix that, you got to fix that. It's like a multitude of things that need to be addressed to fix the problem, you know? And so people just want to throw money at stuff. And no, it's not that simple. So Michelle, thank you so much for the super chat. Shout out to you. You're absolutely correct. Shout out to the family. Tell them I said thank you for their service. You know, my channel is, you know, I have a lot of police officers that love what I'm doing. I only have a few that hate it. But bless their heart. I don't care, right? We're talking about the truth. We're talking about what needs to be talked about. It is what it is. Shout out to Joe Thompson with the $20 super chat. Said, thanks for educating the confused. Cigars on me. Listen, brother, I am a cigar connoisseur. And I really appreciate that. I will definitely hold you up on that. I really, really appreciate this. I think it's important that we have the conversation and that we call out misinformation. And granted, I will say this though, shout out to the amazing Lucas, right? Yes, entertaining. Yes, he's funny, guys. I haven't watched the video. I don't think any video that I have seen, there hasn't been one video that he's done that I did not laugh somewhere in it. So he's funny. But I just wish sometimes that people will I believe he's passionate, right? He's absolutely passionate for the right reasons. But I think sometimes our emotions can get the best of us, and we can sometimes lead with emotion and then remove logic, and then it gets messy, right? Things get murky. But I would definitely enjoy a conversation with him, a nice conversation about policing. I would love to get his thoughts since he's jumped from conservative to now. I guess I don't know where his political views are now, but I do remember when he did make that shift a long, long time ago. I don't really know why he made the shift, but I'd be curious to know what his thoughts are on police reform, debate him on certain things. And I think too, he might even, like a lot of people, they'll make suggestions about something and they're making the suggestion in good faith. But when I listen to it, I'm like, well, that's not practical because I understand the profession. And then I can and sometimes people have made suggestions that I was like, oh, that's a good idea. And I've actually taken the notes down and added it to what I'm actually doing. So, I always like having a conversation with people who are willing to have a respectful conversation, right? Like a respectful intellectual debate. I'll never turn it down. And so, because in that moment, it's a way for me to learn as well. And then to also build. So I will try to find him. I'll try to find his email and reach out to him. I think that'll be really dope for a conversation. Shout out to you, bro. I really appreciate it. All the way from Germany. Said we are going to win. Thank you for the stream, sir. Man, no, thank you, man. And thank you for your support, bro. I really appreciate you from way on the other side, always showing support. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. Where are we? What did we miss? What did I miss? Connor stay on here strong. Connor did. Bless your heart, Connor. Connor did all that trash talking and never came up. Connor dropped the link for you and your friends about 3 times already. You had all this time to come up, Connor. God damn. They call them chat ninjas, but shout out to Lapeef. He call them chat ninjas, or what do I call them? I need a name for you guys. I need a name for you guys who talk all the trash but don't ever come up on the link. He said your whole stream is trash talk. All right, possibly. Anyways, any questions? Any questions before I head out, you guys? We at the 4-hour mark. What time is it? 12:30. Comments. I mean, but great stream tonight, you guys. Thank you so much for the guests who came up. Shout out to Pocket watching with JT, man. That was a great surprise. Shout out to you, brother. I really appreciate it. Shout out to Uncle Stu. Shout out to the Brotep brother. I really appreciate you. Of course, shout out to the amazing Mechee X. She's super dope. And shout out to everybody who donated tonight. I really, really appreciate it. You guys, I am so grateful for your support. You have no idea. Shout out to the sponsor of the stream, the big homie Millennium Mark. He is always holding me down, you guys. Also former law enforcement officer, so it's always good to get his thoughts on these cases too. He'll probably be watching this later. The rest of him be like, man. So I'm always looking forward to his thoughts on this. Shout out to everybody who came in and supported the channel, you guys. You know that means a lot. Shout out to all the members, man. Listen, we cleaned house today. Shout out to you, Shannon. Closing. Thank you so much, you guys. Y'all are awesome. Caroline, Holly Hamilton. Thank you. The great Uncle Stu jumped in. Chris jumped in. Listen, you guys, I appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel. Please let me know if you have any ideas. Chris always be dropping ideas too, be sending me content to review. So I appreciate it. And shout out to Miss Saphir. What did she say? I think Nathan would be open to having a conversation with Lucas, an actual civilized one, not one for entertainment purposes. If all he does is mute people, it's not gonna work. I think I heard somebody in there talking about he mutes people a lot. Yeah, you guys, listen, I get it, right? Like he has a disagreement day. People come up there and they probably talk trash, so they just talk, they ramble, whatever. But but a respectful conversation, like us really debating an issue, I would love to. Especially he has some political influence too, I think, with his channel, things that he's done in the past or things that he currently does. I don't know a whole lot about him. I just seen some of his videos from time to time. Yeah, I'm down. I think it'd be great. We'd love to get his ideas and views on policing as to what needs to change. I'm just not with all the insults and racial epithets and all that kind of stuff. I'm just not with it. The bootlicking and all that, because it's disrespectful, you know? It's just disrespectful. And I think that's kind of what really, really sparked me to want to do the videos, because it's disrespectful, because I know a lot of what he called anti-Black or bootlickers and things like that will risk their lives for Black people, right? I've seen white officers risk their lives for Black people. I've seen Hispanic officers risk their lives for white people, Black people, right? Hispanic people. So, you know, I don't like the disrespect. You know, we can agree there's bad officers. Let's talk about it. But all that other stuff, nah, we're not doing that. Out of respect, we're not doing that. So, you know, with that being said, you guys, anybody have any questions besides Connor, who wasn't brave enough to come up here and have the conversation? Anybody else? Going once, going twice. Yeah, he was far off, but I mean, you know, people know their audience. Listen, guys, for the record, I'm gonna drop the link one more time for Connor. I know he ain't gonna come up. Some people said that's actually really Lucas. I doubt it. Connor, come on, man. I want Connor to come on. I want to hear what Connor got to say. Connor, before I leave, just how about you hook us up, Connor? Hook us up, Connor. He said go debate Lucas. Why are you over here? You work for Lucas or something? I'm talking about you. You want to tell me about somebody else? I'm talking to you right now. You are here. I'm talking to you right now. Shout out to the most awesomest Chris. In MD, it's legal to resist unlawful arrest. Yeah, it is in a lot of states. There are some states where it is legal to resist unlawful arrest. If I'm not mistaken, when I checked for Georgia, if I'm not mistaken, don't quote me on it. It is legal to resist unlawful arrest in Georgia as well. If I'm not mistaken, I have to double check that. But of course, they always tell you not to do that. But shout out to you. Yeah, there are some states that allow it and some states that do not allow it. But you are absolutely correct that there are some states that make it legal. The problem is, though, is when people don't know when they are being arrested legally and illegally, because they don't know the law themselves. that becomes a problem, right? If you don't know when you're being detained, if you're being lawfully detained or not, you don't know how to ask the right questions, and you resist when the officer had a legal reason to detain you, then you get yourself hurt. That's why I say it's not worth gambling. It's just best to comply, ask for a supervisor, record if you can record. I always tell people call 911 too. Get that as a recorded line and things like that. There are things that you can do to make yourself feel more comfortable, but don't fight. Fighting and resisting, it doesn't end well, right? And you're putting too much faith that the officer will be talented enough, skillful enough to be able to detain you without hurting you. It's just not worth it, right? Like, we could say what we want to say all day. At the end of the day, it's just not worth it. So anyways. Oh yeah, I'm over it. So that's it tonight, y'all. I hope that you guys found this information insightful. And so I'll Lucas is up right now. Drop Lucas link. I'll go over there right now. Where is he at? Let me go over there right now. Let me see Lucas. I'll reach out to him since he's live and set up a day where we can actually have a day to actually have a conversation. Let me see. Connor can't put it. I'll look up Lucas' information, see if he's there, and I'll see if I can reach out to him. And right now, actually, as I get off. So Connor, I'll meet you over there since you want to come over here. Listen, you guys, thank you so much for tonight. I really, really appreciate it. I'm going to close with that. I will see you guys on the next upload. Thank you so much, everybody who came up. Thank you so much for the support. And that's it. So what else? Anything in closing? Same time, you guys, Wednesday, that's our dedicated time for live streaming. Unless there's an emergency stream like tonight, then I'll drop something. So outside of that, you guys, you have an amazing, amazing night. And with that being said, let these truths find you where the lies have left you. Good night and God bless.